Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare. The newly became parents were attacked and a small child was taken away. I saw that it was a boy. Was this a plan? He had unusual eyes. After all, attacks are only in Orinoco books. She's a boy. Put us to sleep. He ordered the Hokage to give up the nine-tailed demon fox or the child will die. Minato decided to take it quickly. He succeeded, but only left the cushion. At that time, the children wanted to get ready for trouble and began eating Konoha. He asked to seal the facial aura, but Minato couldn't do this because his beloved wife would die. Just seal the forest of the people of the Fourth Hokage. He began to make seals there. Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared at the same time. He was the third Hokage, and he said that it would be better to seal it because it was time for him to retire. Minato agreed with this. They sealed the little Naruto. Minato's hair darkened like a crow's, and the man became a little darker. The Hokage was afraid that the child was bothering. The nine-tailed demon fox did not hand him over to the orphanage under the name Naruto Uzumaki. Akusha did not say that he died during the sealing and had to seal someone as an orphan. After hearing about investing and the press, I didn't want to live anymore. Nominations calmed me down. I was looking for something that would be fine. 5 years later. In the village, there lived a little boy with blue eyes like the sky and black hair. He walked insidiously. This is not enough. Why do I live in this world? I have no one, no family, no friends, and with a sad face at home, the boy might die. No, it's because he's weak. I didn't look seriously at the faces of the GIA, but in my thoughts, people, and didn't notice that he ran into a shinobi and realized that he had every right to do this. This shinobi was dead drunk, and with his friends, even the best in condition. And the shinobi suddenly spoke. Look who this is. We have some kind of little demon. Now we'll quickly tell you about your relatives, about the guy. We're shouting at him. He's just not allowed. Let him know that he's very drunk, of course. Here she is now. My family, so quickly, and with even greater enthusiasm, he said that it's necessary now. All your families are cattle. I don't drink this, __. That 50 in the alley, otherwise they'll mock a 5-year-old child. We screamed almost to death. He turned on, senorita, I don't understand this, since I didn't do anything wrong right before the birth, maybe it's for the best, I won't suffer anymore, leak. Thought with a smile, why did the shinobi start drinking even more? A guy appeared out of nowhere, a pair of masks said, eat, live with your child. The guy's voice, his appearance, the area, trembling, drunk, Sean, lunch. And nothing scared him. We'll get through this. He only deserved death. He connected. One shinobi almost forgot something. Android, how could they hear everything and take you to prison? Where are you? Go to hell with these dates. We'll kill you. The drunkest shinobi wasn't afraid of anything, not even death itself. He only wanted to avenge his family, but that means I won't disappoint you. You're already corpses, with great anger. The source under the mask appeared in ranks of shinobi near the field under the influence of children. Unknown people picked up the child and disappeared. Meanwhile, the Hokage's residence. Minato Namikaze calmly sorted through the accumulated papers. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and even while flying, he was wearing a bear mask. They immediately became wary of such actions. He was, after all, they always have a future. Jacques herself was quiet at the hotel. These feelings disappeared with a frightened voice. He would have said augur, and the disappearance of a daughter could have greatly affected development, like me, Akagi. There were lines. How could a 5-year-old child disappear under Alba's supervision, like a slave, and you were looking for him? The blonde decided out of anger. He was filled with envy. Doha and Samaya, you checked the entire village and beyond. He disappeared here in a quiet voice, the guy said. He was very worried about not being punished for this offense. Minato, after hearing what he said, was furious when he couldn't forgive himself for the fact that before his arrival, she had disappeared, that one of their Akaki, especially since those who came out were watching him, shouted even louder, and he simply boiled over. He was wearing a mask for mercy and only muttered something. There is no longer anything here. The blonde said very coldly. He was irritated by the fighter's behavior. Yes, which? Of course, something is wrong. I wouldn't be Hokage in a minute if I didn't realize he was lying, and he got very angry. The dog has no ban on questions, key of prison, then a dive will figure it out, and he shouted at the whole class. Why, even behind the doors were his to the river, and the secretary found a place for herself. The dog appeared on the mask and said, there is Hokage-sama. After these words, he disappeared. Decisions. The dog had never seen such a zoom hack agent. He didn't quickly remove the seeds from the office. We were on the compression stroke. What kind of father am I? About the theft of the Komi people. Nato assigned a chair. He didn't know what to do because a lot had fallen on his head in a couple of minutes. Where can I find you? I'm also sorry. Something's going on ahead. He's crying for you. It's better to control this tale. And then the bidden one, with a sad look, looked at the photographs. The bidden one, who stood on the Hokage's desk. The office was knocked on. You see, she frowned. He said to Ivan, his mood was simply disgusting. And she also brought someone from this. He came to one of the islands to peck the office. He went in to see what kind of poppies he was, and exactly in his hands. My name is Ami Uzumaki, Book 2. When I noticed exactly what state I was in, you can do that, and this doesn't look like him. I'm not like him even after work. Something happened, dear. The woman asked with worry, and it was a little tense, because the person I loved saw Kabuto sawing him, maybe with the ground. Nothing, dear, everything's fine, he said, as believable as possible, by the way, a smile, but it didn't disappear. From Kushner's gaze, she says, do you have something to hide from me? The woman shouted. She didn't like it when they didn't hide something. No, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed one disappeared. The man said very sadly, clenching his fists with anger. I didn't like it when they didn't hide something. No, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed one disappeared. The man said very sadly, clenching my fists with anger. I didn't like it when they didn't hide something. No, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed one disappeared. I am very sad, and I'm clenching my fists with anger. I don't know what to do. How about below? Anyway, also watch the zone. The woman said, and it shocked me. How we talked about later in the Cherokee village. Someone was watching him already in prison. In the end, let's go home. You've become very women, like anyone will be found. She said in a crowd. As cheerfully as possible. She wanted at least a little under the patrician men. Dear, I really hope so. Let's go. I'm a little more cheerful. The Hokage said, after which everyone went home together. Naruto's subconscious. Where I ate. Madara said their emptiness. There was water and walls all around, and I looked like a sewer. There is this, but I pumped up the boy, something along all the corridors. An echo was heard, a rustling sound was heard behind him. He dodged. He saw a healthy cell. Stop yelling, kid, so on. It hurts from the cheat. He shouted in a firm voice, like a giant cat. After that, the boy returned to the direction of the voice, and the crowd was taken aback by what they saw. Sorry, you're the nine-tailed cat yourself. Ibe, am I right? The boy said with interest in his eyes. He was simply impressed by Melissandra's size. He's 5 years old, very smart, since he always hung out in libraries. It was the only place where he, not to mention Crimea, was shocked that someone was talking about simplification today. Well, that is. The great nine-tailed demon fox, save me, attracted to see who is coming soon, but it didn't affect the boy, and he looked at the forests with surprise. It seemed like I died. It was to see the strongest and smartest of these tailed ones. The boy grew and pumped something up. Kurama entered Kreskovo. No one had ever told him about it except his father. He felt very pleased, and Patient said that you're not afraid of me. He asked with interest if he was one of them. It was surprising, just a 5-year-old boy. He's not afraid of him. When a strong shinobi almost got bricks in his pants, his gaze was adjusted with incomprehension. The boy asked. It was clearly visible in his eyes that he wasn't afraid of him at all, but I'm the one who attacked the cones, and not almost allowing music, with even greater surprise. Kurama rock. I didn't understand this little man. I don't think so. You're very kind to me and you, not talking to me like that, like rubbing, and I would have called the topic. They put on a ski pass with us, and you also attacked Konoha not by Sasha, by my own will, what people said about theirs, this fall, dust, and other eyes, I assumed that they were under control. I'm right, the kid said in a confident tone, and what was the Quran? He was just stunned. The first one who layers the sky, how else did he guess that he was under someone's control? He needs to be under someone's control. I answer. We're waiting until our 5 years. Nothing, this is a shield. The fox said in surprise. Thank you for it. And just like that, it's boiling. And Klitschko, I'm right. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I smiled. I was glad to see them. It was very interesting. Then I got wet. I was simply delighted that he had exactly such a Jinchuriki. After all, no one asked his name like a normal interlocutor. He even remembered his father's words that someone would come and save all the tailed beasts and become their friend. Good boy, my name is Kareem, and I'm dating. They spoke out, but it was like, very nice, Kamaz, she said with a smile. 32 teeth. The brunette said, he was very deluded. One other outfit, and let's do. Without these scenes. We are still friends, after all, to dry out, and said, Cormant, he was also a little joyful. He didn't have any friends yet. He understood, Kurama, Crimea, where am I now, what about the world, misunderstandings, rocks. And the man, he remembers that he was beaten half to death, and with such injuries, he can't survive, no, and the lever, you're in everyone's subconscious. You're my Jinchuriki, the media said. From these words, the people's deputy was shocked, and he, the women of The nine-tailed river, and now it's clear why everyone beat me and called me the demon of the rocks. In a sad voice, why did the leaf feel trouble? Do you hate me now? I have brought it from him. He didn't want to be hated, or rather, he didn't want him to go out. He saw this particular boy. Of course not. How can I hate my own? One other, in a cheerful voice, the boy brought it. They spent the night, inhaled, thank them, you're also my first three. From me, I was looking for Kurama. I still didn't make a mistake, kid. Since there is this way to get out, and how did I even get here? The boy asked with interest. Because he didn't know how to get out of here. You got here because you were very badly beaten, almost killed, but some guy saved you, masks, and you, prostatitis. Then just think about how these two walk and everyone said in a calm voice. From him I was already very tired. It was unusual. I could talk like that for about a month. Saved. It seems like someone cares. Well, okay, I'm going, friend, said the boy with joy. Loaf of bread, it looks like a battle friend, the fox said with a smile. After that, people woke up in a dark place on the bed, where I was and what was happening to me. The brunette thought with interest. He was a little surprised that they were seeing the usual white. Tried the hospital, it looked like some kind of cave. Well, it's like getting out. He tried to get up, over, his whole body ached and he collapsed back. Don't strain yourself, you're very badly injured and you need rest, and someone's voice was heard. The guy turned around and saw who I was and where I was, pumped up with fear. The boy was scared to seem in an unfamiliar place. Closer to you, calm down. Coming out of the shadows, unknown. When he came out, the guy saw an old man. But he understood perfectly well who it was. People saw him in books. My name is Madara Uchiha. Hello. A man with a mortar, a rock, an old man, at which Naruto almost fainted. What kind of ancestors? Uchiha Madara has long since died. There are no more people. It seems I died, and they did not come to live for a long time, because the shocked boy, whom he himself Uchiha Madara, he certainly did not expect to see. But why is Kurama alive? He should also die. Strange. All this with a surprised face, the guy thought. He did not understand anything. No. You are alive, you once after, but why is Madara alive? I myself do not understand. It is that you are him suddenly. It is quite possible, as I checked your body and noticed many genes and sneezing. A voice sounded in the boy's head here. Already checked the body from head to toe and the lair and obvious fashion itself speech. I thought the guy on his still took doubt in this. Stop, and why can I hear you? I can communicate. Graham, surprised, because the brunette we did not know many things about the abilities of the Jinchuriki. I will come, not a person. They can all do this. If anything, ask. Clearly, thank you. Becoming, while at first, you died a long time ago from then, as the guy said with a misunderstanding. And why the old man only laughed. As you see, everything is alive, and the fact that we are a grandson is true on my mother's side. Can you call me grandfather? The old man said with a smile that for him this was very unusual. Darth was in shock, and he is the grandson of Uchiha Madara, the god Shinnok. Grandfather, husband, so there is something to ask you. Old doubts, scowl, boy, he doubted that he would tell everything. Of course, the icon, ask anything you want, Madara answered with interest. I was interested in what my check would say, but I guessed that exactly who my parents were. Roll up the clay, asked Naruto. They were very interested to note this is the person who could tell him everything in the room to come. Deathly silence. After these words, the nine-tailed one hopes that he will not ask. This is exactly what they pressed on. The children will not go paths, therefore, Rice, after all, he found someone he can trust. Okay, I'll tell you. Draining the hotel, I said in a sad voice. The old man didn't want to talk about the truth or now your mother Uzumaki Kushina, father Minato. Namikaze. The room was devastated again. Complete silence. Everyone was thinking about something of their own. I wonder what paths to take now. Will go the way of revenge or leave everything as is, but here it won't go that way. That I thoughtfully looked at the old man in the boy's environment. Oh, you Madara, it's impossible. And melancholy. A little later when he grows up, why, after all the child's psyche, he has the right, you know, they thought from he got dressed that the kid won't do anything. Meanwhile the people lowered their heads and just thought about something. If the fourth Hokage, Minato Navigation and bloody habanero cushion Uzumaki think themselves the old man kid, he didn't understand one. But why am I not myself? They are alive. What is happening? Misunderstandings. Therefore brand. What was the reason? Yogi's desire in the orphanage after the afterlife. Silence of the people said details. Why not Mecha? For loading with interest, said the boy, and it was very painful for them to talk about it, but interest overcame Sean. Throw exactly that they are in a bunch. I am. She is there, and that you died when we seal the 9 tails on which with someone Minato actually handed you over to plow. That he was scared of you. How your hair darkened and a little chakra, said in a confident voice the old man through to his grandson. Didn't intend. I didn't think that exactly such a cable. Madara said with anger. The angle of the axis. I will do this very strongly. This again thought what to do now. Chalice at least cleanse Konoha and his father. For Sevan asked with interest. Madara from you. Impatiently waited for an answer from his grandson. Clear. He checks the boy. I wonder what he'll answer, because with whom it was also very interesting. I want a unit. They threw it away like a toy with me. I won't take revenge, the creation said confidently. After these words, the old man had a smile on his face. I'll live as before, even though there are no demons in the village. She's beautiful and she's my home. The students, the boy said with a smile. Except for Madara. Phew, I got away with it. How I wasn't mistaken in my choice to become his friend, the son thought with Flower, Reyes, so that means how he didn't go the path together. This is excellent. I'll help them as much as I can. He won't try this love that he so needs. Cream thought. Models. He was very happy with his, well, now I have a grandfather. Not the best player, the guy said with a smile. The old man began. There was a misunderstanding. Where had he already found another here? What if? Who is she? The old man asked with interest. This is Coromant, she said, under her arm on her stomach. You spent all the 9-tailed beasts, surprised, looking for Madara. He didn't expect the little boy to make friends with the very one. Take a step. Yes, he is very kind, and the fact that those people in the village are him, Kurama on the 9-tail and the tailed beasts. The demons weren't quite rock hovering, and I really liked it when he was on his couch, and it was clear. But can I talk to him? Of course. Scales smiled. Hovering, after which Matter activated his fly, looked at the gas, Naruto's subconscious, and they became cell by cell, the 9-tailed one, and again, silence. Madara, why the hell did he come here? With clear eyes, that network, with enormous anger, and shouted, May Korra, because in front of him, the trunk is the most hated person. Mother, only 100 on colleagues, didn't say, forgive me, flight, that is, the karma of the inferior on the dark path, didn't see anything around on the path of revenge, and also to subjugate you to his will. I'm honestly very sorry and I ask for forgiveness, although in this, why? With a sad face, the rocks in the Nubia box are talking about this. Maybe it's Savannah. At first, the boy talked to him like a normal interlocutor and became a friend. Madara Uchiha himself is on his knees and asking for forgiveness for his sins. This year's cram is not enough. I don't believe in fun. Life has worn me down. Okay, he doesn't pay attention to himself. We have you, great legs, Sugar Rock, Fox Cub. What is your grandson? He really is a good person. Thank you. And they don't collect for your grandson, the old man said with a smile. He was very glad that Alice forgave him. And 06 is even easier. So Now, forgive me, yes, or should I interfere? Fix it. The owner simply shouted his cells and asked in his subconscious in the room. Grandpa, how do I get back to him? Why the hell? Will they look for me? I'm a Jinchuriki. There's anxiety there anyway. He asked his grandson in an anxious voice. His grandfather, and not himself. The time will come and they will forget. Now you will live with me and be my student. You will also teach me techniques and everything that I know. He calmly said, I'm getting old. He had to learn everything of his own. After these words, the people were very happy about the grandson. Hooray, stop, and where is your student? He asked with interest. Pray. Out of nowhere, he said. If a person is on the sidelines, and then there was an ashen. We turn around. Hello, eat, I'm taking off a Moscow guy, and under the mask there was a face, more precisely, his right side. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the master shouted joyfully. Shouting as he brought in another one. And I'm very pleased to call on DNA. He answered. An older subject, before that. Saved you from death, and also teach you while I'm busy. Madara said in a calm voice. This only nodded. Thank you very much, you're welcome. I'll train you. You'll be the strongest. Pskov. Couple with a 32-toothed smile. He looked like the people themselves when he was cheerful. Life had battered him greatly, and through the gates one could only see about the juicy one. You're a mole doctor, and when? Barney's training was so badly needed to start training. They recovered first, it won't take much time. Fisher, Shumake. Jinchuriki himself, Vasiliev, from the tailed beasts, calmly. The old man said, after which she added, we'll start tomorrow, okay, Grandpa. I spent 5 years training at the training ground, and the young man with the leaf behind them, hair like a raven's, bangs, and a copy of his grandfather, his eyes were blue as the sky, I'm here. To arrange, they changed to blood red from the meta, he was a coward, home to the Sharingan, but then he missed it when the model was used to share, showed how he kills in front of people from the answer, my new training distribution, he trained many techniques, starting with orange, ending with Rankyu, he has the third element, Futon Raiton, and which is also on. Restore nothing strong plain spend with him it was hard to fight even killed at an excellent level dressing. Tunnel what did they do to him on his 7th birthday his 10 years he is very strong it is not for nothing that. He trained himself hanged, but there were years of rest here when someone came number this knew who it was but with. Your teacher and replaced father hello. The guy said, you're turning around. For 5 years, he taught his chakra very well. Hello, people. He's already finished training, the old man asked calmly and sat down next to his grandson. Yes, just now, what else should I learn? Washing is like, don't look into your grandfather's eyes. I don't even know anymore. You learned it, after all, in Russia, mastering a katana is like dancing at the level of a Jonin ritual. I spoke thoughtfully. Madara, somewhat Polnage, learned everything he knew. Maybe try to link his summoning to an excellent dia. Who do you want to recognize? Even without knowing the limits? Then go into the model subconscious. Say, Akrama, okay, now, grandfather. Something. Kurama wants to say. Okay, now, Strig activated his Sharingan. In the pole in front of the Naruto cage, hello, did you want something? This is a question. Pray to him. Another one. Hello, what happened? Madara said in a calm voice. They were very interested in what to do with him. I heard you talking about summoning. I can sign with you. People's Prize. Freeze FSF Makovsky. Kurama for the first time. Someone will be there. Sign. Him, disdainful, wow, cool, I didn't know you had a growth appeal, the guy squeaked, RF, I created it myself, and you can go to the side of the road, Chris, the price, with an arrogant look, Scolari, from he gets it, they say, your world, well, sign on Radian. After listening to the proposal, he responded to ramming, to which the guy only replied, okay, grandfather. Meanwhile, in Konoha, right now, you were standing in front of the academy and want to enroll. Naruto's sister is no exception, Amin Amikasen, 8 years old, she's very happy about this event and is waiting for Indian to come. She's very similar in character to a Jug, he's not in appearance either, red hair, a smile as a material base from her father, and blue. Like a ram, she stood with her mother, family, and whose cat is best friends, cat. Teach, I'm exactly that Fugaku Uchiha and best friends, and now the academy, their youngest son. Also entered the academy today, Uchiha Sasuke, after about his older sister, Itachi. Uchiha, a genius of his clan, an ugly girl of years old. 13 for which all. The guys were baking and it was just annoying. I was listening to 3-4 Hokage on a will of fire and thinking about something of his own. When will this all end like this? Only talking like this is nonsense. Then the Book of Children this year enters the academy. I watched with interest everyone, the blonde, of course, himself Uchiha Maya te so joyful, special some kind. Depressed as if I wanted the people 100 more times you with them peace until now. Why will the people become an arbiter now in roads? What a strange reason why it is so sad. We are always happy with them such a moment and look at me and us something happened then on the red-haired woman and it. Interested what with these at home they are so sad now Yudovich is acting and not like on some kind of grass therefore a better. Friend leather she noticed and sad faces I hope nipples and everything will be okay and we ourselves are also somehow worried and in place. Like a younger sister then she girl hugs touched and the girls. The fourth Hokage finish his speech and invited everyone by class as well as by gender there are no classes. BSP with class almost all clans in not registration of new phases class ended up in a sect was in. Canon names Katia all those count went to classes and parents began to wait candle. You are talking and parent why is he like that you know he is entering the academy you. Once speaking I asked with interest and where she wanted to know the reasons for the behavior just I'm still worried. I'd like people to study too. It's very sad. The Rock of Kushona after these words and Minato, my heart was steamed like never before. What was it doing? How did I get there? I saw myself in what happened. The man is ours. Yes, yes. It's a pity and he doesn't want the baby. Holy water was a woman and we mentally held him in that grief. Isn't that so? For this panic that he disappeared 5 years ago, he also has the daughters of the nine-tailed country. This is all in detail. About myself. The girl where the book is. It was really strange. Don't be upset. Live for your daughter's sake. The rolling pin. Reef. What did he want? How to hold him to the cockroach. Sadness. I'll be leaving the academy for hours. And need to celebrate. The blonde man said, hugging. It was burnt out. But for some reason, only. I answered, yes, dear, that's good. Where are we going to celebrate? I asked cheerfully. I like the katana. Only the offer, let's have one. Kush answered this. I really liked the troops. Vajia quickly got up and. The children. Her hand was the sun. And I will teach you the next 4 years of graduation. For the topic, I'm with a smile on my face. The rock guy is. Completely for 30 rubles, the son and pumped up the child, who is 6, a little in the ears, like. Blocked up, okay, today there will be no lessons, let's now representatives through, let's talk with our family and dreams, hobbies, I continue with them, Namikaze, then they switched to giant, except for the pacifier, it reduces, and inside she lives, if there was no one behind him, on a normal one, waiting. Okay, the teacher, the girl said after this table and went to the board, hi everyone. My name is Amina Mikosa, my dream is to become the first woman, Hogan, I don't like many things, especially one person, hobbies and training, then those guys are stupefied, and who is he, they thought, everything is fine, sit down, so on. Uchiha Sasuke, all the girls, happen to have a new case, how they irritate me because of the hovering, hello, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, my dream is to become the older sister and become the head of the Uchiha clan, I love my family and the clan, also that person, dad, training, so they sat down. The teacher said with a smile, and on all the girls, then who water the rest, put to the turnout on it, and the children ran out into the street to their parents and went home, but how everything went? Well, asked Minato with concern, they were interested in what was happening inside, yes, Dad, everything is definitely playing off the nipples, but to the questions from the younger brother, the girl, it was also interesting, how are the boys doing, very weak, what will happen to you in the same class from the appearance of the amount, everyone laughed and almost there, the Hokage on. To celebrate the subconscious of the people, everyone finished signing a contract with who is serious, a guy, after which he began to sleep, I'm good, now get out of here, you can't go, measurements, price, said cutting. Torch has in the subconscious, which Naruto will survive, the subconscious is ready to start with. Worry, the old man was looking for an old man, he is very I was worried about him, this one is leaving for an unknown world and grandpa won't be around soon, I'll be fine, but not longer than 3 years, I understood, yes, when meeting people, I want to say. Seals and said opposite the reserve, he brought his degree, Alya, where everything was illuminated and someone behind said something like that. And spoke in a back voice, someone turned to this and then he saw a huge rice with 8 tails, hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I want to study with you, the guy said in a calm voice, and you were a little surprised by 30 huge faces but kept calm. Hello, man, my name is Kogan, surprised by scowl, a huge flight, but didn't understand why this person isn't afraid. Ivan, it's nice, and how from her, with a smile, he shouted, gives me, I don't understand. Somehow I managed to conclude the call of the forests if we don't live in the world of people, with interest. Asked KGM, after all, really, how can this be? No one lived in the world of people. But Karama allowed me to sign a contract with those, the boy calmly answered, and why lesbians, I'm very surprised and didn't expect to hear the name Karame, so that the cream itself, yes, my friend Karama, and what not so? He asked with a misunderstanding, he gives us, I don't understand, what's wrong, she said a trick, kid, do you even know what karma is? She herself doesn't believe the rocks from he thought it was some kind of joke. Well, yes, he's a 9-tailed fox and also my best friend, the bet was looking for about the arena, the anchor, he trusted. Okay, you know, except for San, or did he remain in the world of people with a very strong interest? He asked the forest because he could know her head, I'm not the one with me, Java women, the river. After these words, Rice dismounted very quickly and because they are holding hostage by force, why are you even naked? There's something in you. He appeared out of nowhere and the great 9-tailed TDS, but since he had long ago become the seal of Karama's cage, he can easily go outside or against the control over the guy's body, the KG device, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Bend and roll a rolling pin, the novel, on which, as it was very surprising, well, hello, Karamat. It is an honor for me to spend you, he bowed his head, said servant, after all, except here, in short, you can say thank you, well, except for yourself, why in this person, you can freely live with misunderstandings, scoliosis, he is my best friend in Jinchuriki. Name is Ivan, this entry minus he climbed in and I liked how he communicates with people, I understood since at 90 decisions and in a calm tone, scary, there is, except. I wanted to see an old friend, I am good at that tiger, a lot of people when they left the large room, they did not see a large weight. At dawn, the huge castle itself, faces walked around and looked at the naked bones of Kurama, it was the largest of all, on what types of concrete ramps, the most castles when they approached the huge door, the shore. Dividers, 2 guard 6-tailed joint, you idiot, guard script, why did they become mine? Besides this, I'm Kawisa, early, we are surprised, the rock is the second guard, he received a surprise, he was surprised to see Thunder here, and she forgot something, the man maybe has a modest son, like myself, what's going on with him, I wonder, I looked with interest at the sheet of the man who was walking next to the corner. Let us through, the head wants to talk, the elder, and connected, as well as at the guards, that they let them through very quickly, there is a door that opened and everything is waiting inside, they walked forward for a long time, they saw a huge black rice with 8 hosts, who dared to disturb, turning his head, the rocks, a huge forest, but didn't expect to see him here, hello, buddy, grinning, brought Kurama, I was amused by the reaction of an old friend, I'm Crimea. You yourself are very surprised, I was looking for a black forest, he almost sat down on his hind legs, then wondered what kind of man is next to him. Besides the mouth itself, she could be his friend, not in Crimea, and she herself would never make friends, the essence of me. Look at the man, this old forest, it was clear from his gestures that yes, it's me, it's been a while since we last saw each other. I see. You had a fight. It's been a while since I've gotten a little stronger. Well, yes, you're still far away. He smiled and came closer to the frame. Nothing, too, very strong. I brought you a student. I meet my best friend, Naruto. He looked at Paris and pointed. A grassroots meeting took place. This is my old trick. Quran, showing a paw in rough. Risen. Hello, cursor, very, about. Dating. Hello, people, that is, the Jinchuriki. Besides, Kuroya asked in surprise. It was a little annoying that she was leading 8 people. Yes, we became very close. My karma, Santa, keep up with the man. So you're very good, I'll be glad to know more about him, so either looking at the guy, he interested him, I brought him to you so he could learn our regimen from the fox, technique, we're good, feed yourself. As you wish, I imagine with a teacher for these 5 years or vectors, time. To train myself, stop, I have to go back in a maximum of 3 years, I can't be here for 5 years, my grandfather is waiting for. Virtus.pro, the guy shouted, don't you want to stay for 5 whole years, don't let people here, time goes differently, in America, the price will pass, 5 years, and in yours, -2 or 3 years, okay then. I agree, okay, and what kind of one, call me surround with a different voice, Rock Curian, an eyewitness. Quickly went to carry out the order, 30 minutes passed, they called Curson, everything is needed. Only 5 hosts and the color of the fur, no matter how old, yes, I need you to start training this boy, showing the main thing, cutting off, the person forgot something, and also tinting, it's not clear I'm the person on why here, understanding asked Rice. He didn't yet know what kind of person this was, his name is Naruto Uzumaki, he's Ram's best friend, he is a man he asked me, but I can't eat now, before I go through training my best friend Kermison, he instructed 40, but didn't expect that. A friend's person, you're good, he's free and raw, past, so take him home and show him. Here, and then you can start training. I understood. After this, people and a quarrel, let's go home. Dinar, this will live for the next 5 years. Cheese is shown, then the house and the city live. Birds on the service, looked at the people with interest, but I don't feel that he's a kind person, good in the city. I'm a man tomorrow. Training, I meet, waved a cut and went about my business and understood. The boy Mokova answered, tweet, sleeves, and it's not bad, now I understand why best friend Roma. Herself, many such as among us, the view is still morning. Nori also didn't sleep, in appearance, nose. Training, Karaman, but here, everything is cool, so calm, the police said. In his head, yes, I love this place, does it lead like a family, supported Rice, guys. He leads the rights in this world, and it really was very good, so why didn't you live here before, and in our world I always took, always wait until someone appears who will become equal for the tailed ones, so my father said, wiser than 6 paths, I know, that is, this. Will become a friend to all tailed ones. Yes, you've already become a friend to me. Someone knocked on the door and the games, then he went to open it right away. Hello, inside, roving count. Hello, people. Yes, we're going to train. The swindler. Okay, I'm already in the 03 Sorrow catalog. Let's go to 5. Polyakova. And all these networks. When they arrived, people saw a huge field on its side. This is the largest. Polygon with an open mouth. Rocks apparel. He was very surprised by the size of the polygon, but almost like all the other 9. Polygon's clear. Okay bro, let's start. We have this. Is it excellent? Hits mode other. I will teach you to use it and what abilities in this mode. And firstly you will change your appearance, namely eyes will become like ours, red with a target icon, then pigment around the eyes. Red like in canon, only red. Secondly you will become 3 times stronger, __. Shares better, skirmishes will melt denser, that is more powerful because the sight in this mode you are more powerful in technique. And thirdly, it will be easier for you to use our style to accommodate birds on with this mode, and then we will learn it all. I know. With once she will get I will feel at the village when in the method chakra karama is exactly. The sling and why Crimea Sando. I always understand you chakra, asked the fox guy, but I gave him his Jinchuriki. I gave me a couple of times and chakra calmly answered the guy he didn't understand what was so special about this 3 burn and rivers chickens cape on and then appeared in the haze huge residue. Tails we women crayfish best friend what well what to everything what you know please of course. Food sand for me, it's an honor, saying these are the times of the old one, on one knee, okay. Then you can start, so 2 years have passed at the training ground, they became, let's do this, I'm one. Small, the other big, it was people and Sarah, and they were talking about something with her. Not already, you theory, learned to use the Kitsen mode, and I didn't tell her that then Bimbi hours, well done, 2 years, it's not like that. The Titian mode is the strongest in the days, so it's juicy to learn, clearly, thank you. For teaching me, I didn't catch it now, go to Karaso, and let them teach you everything else or get a new teacher. But why are there very good teachers? I want to learn from you, thank you, of course, but I'm excellent at teaching only the Keisan mode, and you need to teach a lot of techniques and sword mastery, and I'm not very good at this as a teacher. If from there to here there is no Surasen, thank you for everything, Vader. After this people, he went to the elder, Narada, walked through the city, greeted everyone, for these 2 years he really valued. The particles, he didn't, they stem, Karama, and you wouldn't want to stay here, the police said, head on, the rocket was fast asleep. Something good that I can be here forever in a sleepy voice, scores. Oh, sorry, here she is now, very much for you, and all thanks to you. Crimea withstood this spirithoods from here, time and without disturbing your sleep, and the price. They said, how can you sleep normally here in this water, darkness, and cheese, there is a contraction. The guy said, and why then he himself paid for it, even said, you just commented on your subconscious, oh, you. Tomorrow, Port Nova, vaping, Nerda, went to the sleeping fox, the reaction of the forest twitched. Didn't have to wait long, did he eat them? The reason is all the subconscious of the fox. Okay, listen, there. S1 idea, zemstvo, Kumik guy, mountains, then he didn't like that, that's also necessary. My little devil asked with interest. The flight was late. What were we soaring already to do something? Looking at this hey inputs at. The plant in 10 minutes had passed and everything went dark. Why did you turn off the light? It squeaked. Karama, he didn't really like it or didn't pay for the light. It suddenly became light like thunder covered his eyes with his paws and saw a landscape of a lake. Smoke Zatari consisted of a huge tree that hit him from the scorching sun. Features erased her cheeks. Chroma but didn't understand what was happening. Now you can sleep normally. I am the master of my subconscious and could change. I'm laughing and music, yes, as with an open mouth. Ask Aries. He never heard of such a thing since childhood. That the book is psychology and it was written there that any person can change the subconscious of the food. Immediately collapsed on the tree again. Only managed to say thank you. Dear, you are welcome. There's no reason to fight. With a smile. Words on the relay. Of course. I don't want to stay here yet because now have good parties I know. Meanwhile. But it was approaching the elder's castle. He went inside at her sitting on Varisa, someone reading something. Hello. Kuraso, I've already learned the Kitsin mode, and what about Vitka doing strikes? Long live, well done, you learned how to use it very quickly. Now I'll teach you, or Misaki, the price for technique with someone else. Okay, when will we start on X? Now I'm free, the training ground is allotted. Yes, we LL learn everything in 3 years. It's not enough, Geneva, after all. Thank you Kurosa, she only went as far as. The room became Tressa. I wouldn't have said anything there. 2 of them were huge. They decided with. There was a little less, but only black ones. But in the middle of the table were guys 175 centimeters tall. He looked about 15 years old. Black hair down to his back. Blue eyes. Everyone was talking about the PRC. During this time, you learned locks. The price of mastery, sword and oxide and flame. China. It's 5 times stronger than ordinary fire and it's black as a mattress. They're installed like me. Maybe even a little stronger. There are very good masters here. I pulled it off. It's spent, it seems. But it's the turn of all fire techniques and 2 lightning techniques with a prize rank on Razakov. You learned everything as I expected. In 3, where is the good guy bending? He was looking for black rice. He lived through the guy's ant. Even we are Jinchuriki and shield insects. Thank you for the course. Well, I've become very strong. I'll return with you in a parade. I can't wait to see my brother, grandfather. Smiling, he instructed him to hover. He really missed him very much. I'm dragging you along. Come see us sometime, of course, thank you for everything. The chickens on the sides of the map feel about 20 seals and said a neat call. Meanwhile, Uchiha, a battery of grievances, and they sat at the table and talked about something. These same people are not already bored. The old man said sadly, because it has been a very long time. No, it's somehow boring without him, even training anyone. I supported him, I feed him. He already misses that face. Something happened to him, I'm clenching my fists. The old man, because I was really worried about him here. Don't be afraid of the teacher. Take your people away. The red one. And also the 9-tailed one. We really hope so. A white haze appeared out of nowhere. The motors love and they realized and wanted to attack. My voice is like that. Meet the bones and smiling, he said, very symbolic. The guy's voice, let's say 6. A grown-up guy, and it's hard to get. You know, the ones above wrote in a stupor when they realized which one. Yes, they saw a guy 175 centimeters tall with a pumped-up body. She looked about 15 years old. He had grown a lot and became an exact copy of the essence. Youth, black hair like Varen's, all the way to the back of the person, it was carried out only one different and could not for what more gave beauty, and in a manner than motors loves they could not say anything. Which looked at him, and what are you standing as if highlighting death, the brunette asked skeptically. He did not understand their reaction. Afia, interestingly, a number of their price, well, what is she, everything in the subconscious, the flight also amused him. This situation is necessary, it is only somehow awkward that they are staring at us. The nights seem to have changed, as if I am looking in a mirror, and just like me, there will be an excavator, he was once spitting. Aunt and Motors came up and hugged his grandson. She is so glad that you are safe and sound, the people responded to him with hugs. She grandfather changed and then ran up, yelling, and patted him on the shoulder, and the mayor, this can easily confuse you with teachers, a destroyer too, their differences are only in age. On. Thank you against, you were not there for a year and a half, for some reason I order them up to 15, the old man asked with interest, since it was a country in this America, the price, time goes differently, that is, we shadows usually measure 2.5 years, and there they loop around, it turns out you're 15 now, surprised, shouted the inhabited one, he was surprised by such a change in time. Exactly, good, grandson, I suppose you've become very strong in these 5 years, let's spar, I'm not against Putin, chained up, fun. Reasons, killed, he couldn't wait to test his brother's new powers, okay, let's go, you're on. Heavy old man at the training ground, what to take, attacking, look, hold back, I won't. A fight began where both sides were equal, they first tested each other to meet, then came in, there's no escape from, and became very strong, even I can't keep up with the blows. What kind of style is this? And the guy was very surprised, since he'd never seen this before. It's angry at don't be distracted. At that moment, Arad, activating the Sharingan, I began to dominate the enemy, we both, this. I also turned on the Sharingan. There was no effect on my nose. What the hell was going on when he turned it on? Yes. Not quite. I can't understand it. I even carry a mouse. It helps. It's interesting, his style reminds me of mine, much more precisely. Celia is very difficult to predict, hitting both of them, too, began to receive an arrow. He can't do anything. Well, what can I do? Now let's move on to what we are, and they are drying up. He was looking for steam. He was impatient to demonstrate his strength. Oleg, come on, print out the academic. She said. They feed on those. It was also interesting to know his strength. After a couple of attacks, the result was again not favorable. Paris on the cheeks and on the leg. A little more and he would have been dead by lunch. It's as if he reads all my movements, but I can't understand it. It's the same as meeting someone. This style is unfamiliar. It seems like it was in a very strong Samara country. Iron was strong, even for me. I couldn't withstand him then. There's nothing to attack with large-scale techniques. At first, it was almost like a movie, and yet a stone ball of yoga of destruction, but the bit was strong with difficulty, but he tossed and turned. A copy of Madara used it. The thunder god was hovering and found himself behind, from the surprise effect, Ander then shouted out the winner of the insults, saw that a huge stream of black flame would not fly out, and he, because this terrace had no other way out, turned on Susanna so as not to The flame was so powerful that at first it was at the seams. Are you seriously starting Agapov's Naruto? He was just warming up. Why am I already half dead here? He was still holding trump cards in his hands. Well, come on, attack, and shouted the inhabited North app, turned off the bird mode. He looked much stronger and faster. Now it was impossible to see him and offer. It was as if another opponent began to fight. What the hell? Why did he become so strong now? I can't do it at all when I'm bed and I can't see his blows. Even the techniques have become many times stronger with a misunderstanding. I was thinking about this model at that time. I stood and watched. Turned on. He lives for years and I can't understand him, so even with my great experience it would be difficult for me to watch the fight against such an opponent, the old man thought, but we are already almost half dead. But the people activated karma. Maybe an avatar. Rama said to take advice. Let's continue. It was in awe. Such power. I completely forgot about the nine-tailed one. It's enormous power. Okay, I give up after these 102. I deactivated the chrome. They can, and went. How is it, gifting them, how I became stronger after the Polish leak? Yes, you're just a monster. I'm afraid to imagine if you fought in numbers, and besides, we will have K. He was shocked by the guy's strength. Well done, the badge. Even I would have a hard time coping. Especially at a cost of 2 million, and what kind of style do you have? I barely managed to achieve it. Yes, because 8 centimeters of Japan, yours, hitting, it's angry at, and they taught. This becomes very strong for me when I enter jacket mode and my action speed increases, also strength. So now it's clear why I couldn't completely copy it. Rock is just a gift, and here a little disappointed. Go take a rest from and noble. I beat up to 6. I need to get inside. And you on the rotunda. We also became very calm, said the old man. Will get you. Shouted to the couple. Everyone went inside the case after Eliza. It was raining heavily at that time. The shelter stood 2 people from right lying on the bed. I was in all sad moods because his came honestly paid off. Bio grandfather, everything will be fine. You, how will you live is worth how much joy is possible. Lawsuit about the arena. Sensei, you are still very strong and it's too early for you to leave us. Grew with KF. Everything has its time and I am no exception. So far. Excavator grandfather, everything is fine. Maybe water I don't need on this. There is no more than a couple of hours left. I ask you after my death, not the type these me drunk to be very strong. Don't say such a teacher. Everything will be fine. And shouted, he is a very emotional guy. And the girl, I don't leave copper again with my connected Rotan when I die. Come home, eyes, so that you have eternal orgy parties. She, then you can bring to these lands a tour of peace. And so that I can see him from the arch of darkness, a tyrant so that they cannot resurrect me. Well, I help in the light. Your eyes, teachers with tears of rocks about the arena. This is I ask you to protect data from enemies and come back. I know you don't need to return to where everything reminds you of bad memories and these friends not family, and a lot of bad things have been done in this world. So I ask you to fulfill the last request. Well, grandfather will not fall out. You request. Thank you all of you. After these words, Madara Uchiha stopped breathing. The executioner shouted, hovering, where are we being bad? After all, you lost someone close to you. Narita. Suddenly, everything behind his eyes, they began to hurt very badly, as if someone threw hot metal into his eyes. And what's the most important thing, as Darth adds, be patient. I'll be fine now, it will pass, he said calmly. Feed Naruto. His eyes began to bleed. The Sharingan pattern didn't light up, it began to spin. From me, its appearance was like a 5-pointed star with many patterns, and so on. More people bent over, sharply, and the pain stopped. Blood from the pelvis mixed. Go out. He had a terrifying appearance. This just happens. We should open to the scanner voices. This is not the property of the Mangekyo. Sharingan. When a loved one dies, you see clouds in your eyes. The latest articles. Klaus, this is the price for strength is better than the path. You are alive and right your eyes and merit, calm down. I'm also very sorry. The teacher already told you, be the body for editing regarding violence against his bit. They approached the body. Upgraded to and stood in front of them. 5 But wasn't a father to teachers and himself a dear person and a mirror to me too. If it weren't for him then I wouldn't be standing in the papers. Rian when will we start relying on the eyes now? Confidently said, after all there was oil and it came 2 days. The guy is already this bed. Thinking about something about his difficult fate and what else. How does she want to see this world on him after the operation to remove the blindfold? Someone knocked on the door and the guy said, see it's time to take it off. This is my fairy tale familiar. Quarreled we finally had a fight. Abito approached this started filming Moscow. Just don't open your eyes abruptly otherwise they will start hovering over still. Open your eyes on the video of the guy. Weather 25 take for yourself since everything went great. Took root when nauseous. Thank you, it's time to hold the funeral, he said sadly. The elder sneeze. I know, let's go, let them go to Madara's body and take it for the funeral, and we must definitely burn it ourselves. The guy asked with understanding, and he wasn't very happy with it until he took out Chrissy Lynn and he himself asked himself, okay, I'll start there. Yes, what are you doing? What? The speed of typing? He said, the flame is sour, the eternal flame, and go in peace. Grandpa, wipe yourself off, he said, it gives Madara a tropa, leaving nothing behind. And the boys went back to the shelter. And what are we going to do now? And I'll return to the spirit, since after saving the teacher, there was a debt, and I'll come for him, Vala, it's clear, then I'll return, and I just held on, not to the teacher, was to protect Konoha. We don't want anyone there, to protect Brasovsky, about the arena, and there was nothing holding me back here. I wanted to poison Grandpa. Okay, we're moving out to the village, he said, and went to pack things. Until 2 days passed, 2 guys approached the village gates, 1-year-old, 25, dressed in black pants, the stand of Tajirov's risks, the knight of Guy, the other, 15 years old, wearing black shinobi sandals, and it looked like a gym uniform, and only black and pearlite with the sign on the back of the Uchiha clan. They just stood there, as always, visible from the east, and close in, like this. Sun surprised him a little in the form of 2 strangers, those who are not that too, as if Madara ours. Goosebumps went on the skin, surprised thought and Zaman, and in this ear it worried. My name is David Uchiha Itachi. Khan would like to become a shinobi of Konoha. I took myself in the world of grandfather. I really didn't want to have anything to do with us to prices or immediately make a that this is also an action back and offense. Whose is this? Rub you are not a shinobi, this understanding asked, and the most does not teach him this and believed. As you see where you are full of villages need. What a cold scanner he is, but did not want to report to them. Okay, go over there in the Hokage residence. Rocks rides and did not want to leave. Thank you merry trilobites for walked along the road to the residence looking at the village. It has not changed in almost 10 years. Just a couple of buildings were added, everything until they went. Everyone looked at them with interest, especially Naruto. You don't see him often, only a copy of his Czech model. What about the streets of Konoha? Numbers, what do you wear? Looks were there when the Ottoman, meanwhile, and ears towards 3 people from the face and Tacha. The man was already tired of the task. Still behind these 2 girls, look at the form, everyone is lining us up. You train with hope? The guy asked, and he really wanted it, so new techniques in this. Sisters, this is what I ask. The same low one there, and asked Kristoff. The girl went out to why exactly today? Before it was time to rest, but it wasn't meant to be. Upset, and then the girl, okay, they were talking about sisters. Look who's dressing with interest. Rock hovering, the same way. I point with my hand at the people walking, and so I looked where Sasuke was pointing. He took 2 people, they look like what he's looking for. Coats of arms on his back. This younger one is just like we give, but I've never seen them in Candy Queen, Cute, Knight, Grima, and Wow. He looks like Uchiha Madara. Sisters, this is T, and why did she blush? Heat, what did Leo scream? The girl, she was very loud. Not now, just why is it so hot? Today, what's wrong with me? She was just dead after hearing someone say Uchiha Madara and got very angry, turning around when he saw two children, a video of the age of this, Amos prostheses. Uchiha Madara, he looks at us and his gaze is so cold, it's like it came to you, but I've rarely seen anyone with such a look. Why is the girl a little scared for the guy? I also have a cold gaze. I wonder what happened to him. That's why the son of the head of the Uchiha clan looks like your eyes, and the girl even looks like me in some way, that's why I'm not happy. She reminded them a little of someone. It's a girl. She stood at the dacha, let's go, otherwise, like 11 rocks. The guy took her by the shoulder, and don't call 102 beauty. The child's name is Kushina and Minato. The country and the same match disappeared 10 years ago. He is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. I was surprised. The girl thought, and I wanted to know more. These people are in the Hokage residence, Minato Namikaze. And also the fourth Hokage. He calmly sorted through the accumulated papers, and then there was a knock, and he automatically said, "Come in," when, as usual, he walked. He was, to put it mildly, in shock. "You're in the Hokage residence." Someone knocked on the door. And when they saw who came in, he was, to put it mildly, in shock, and my father was exactly the same. How much paper there is for an hour of office work. It looks like there are a lot of me today, deaths if constantly already at the knock of the door, who else was brought there, and the chakra is very powerful, we will settle and I will come in, too. Guys came into the office, they began to offer me, I sat and looked with general eyes at the guests and what kind of older copy, only a scar on half his face, and the younger one is exactly like his flammable one, and I thought that it was he who stands before me, a new gift in the eyes of this world, his eyes and such in Odessa not like the sky. I even look like me somehow. Hello factor. Why did you come to our village? And hello teachers brighter than a hobbit, I returned smiling from ear to ear said. Steamed look then in shock how the student then managed to survive. He was buried long ago under steep stones and that both like, and who said turning his gaze to the guy Pablo. T hello and I am very go to company. I returned her too said case one steaming. Backgammon calm didn't press here you kill calm down tried to calm down and his daughter. And the river thanked them this I will exceed into pieces cut alive coca so. We cut he was very zoned to stick his nose after these words exactly let's say and goosebumps came to my body what in Naruto but I don't recognize him and why am I sneezing so cold as if he wants to convince me people it's you. But also disappeared 10 years ago and I don't know you shaker well with a look rocks gang I well. Yes this is me here is the proof after these words people raised to the second I saw the seal on my stomach. Minutes from this blush, the ocean, it's really on, but why does it look like the god of shinobi and the family not? 2. Sneezing, but where have you been all this time? I asked with interest, when, have you been looking for him for? 10 years? This one came himself after copper, like, killed me with stones from his post. Reika, he became not to the teachers, all this time I kept an eye on him until he died from. And people, and where was she after the sword from him? Perry, actually, in the village, I am capable of and then I found out that we, grandfather, are alive and she seemed killed to the teachers all this time, we were training with steam, cold, tutor rocks gives us with all. My strength restrained myself from killing the Hokage, and grandfather, who is on you, you don't need to know this, you don't want. 2. I can only say that my maternal grandfather, from these words, Minato began to control him. He didn't expect that people would find out the truth, and the maternal line, therefore, will find out the truth. With fear, then Minato, look, your marriage will fall, baby, I want to ride. Janna, everything in the subconscious, the flight, now everything will be alright, I'll go to this place for now. I need to Cola to see Scal, an older brunette, and left the office, only looking for, darling, you know this, everyone, with his head down, and scalded to the city, losing, although he couldn't bring himself to call his parents. After these words, he entered a moment of stupor, and every day I hear people say things like that to you, but although these words are the pure truth, tell your parents, I'm sorry, with tears in his eyes, he said, Mita, I made a big mistake that you have this, and I regret it all my life, and among you, you threw out the pulp, the lid, and I still want me to forgive you, he shouted, bet, across the entire office, but then he calmed down, and you didn't get timey, father, and I'm not your son, Mita. It was bad, as never before, as his own son abandoned him. Once his father abandoned him, Yesenin, I'm a bad father, I didn't come to anger him, at least for the jackpot, but she doesn't know the truth, I'm not angry with her either, for my mother, I don't think I can do anything about you, but you're my sister, Bia, she didn't do anything, I'm on the account, and that's why the guy said in a cold tone, I didn't leave the load, the blonde was carrying, not in. The mood was lower when the Hokage-sama said, I need a house, money, a belt, and the question is, can you live with us? By the way, you said, Minato, he hoped to at least somehow learn with the guys, no, it doesn't take long for another pit, a place to grab, I'm best in the map, a hatch, but only true Uchihas can live in the Uchiha quarter, you're not mine, what should I do? Who said I'm not an Uchiha? After these words, attacking with a humane Sharingan camp and showed his guilt, then from this method, a stopper stood up, I took the surname of my grandfather's Chiha, and now I'm an Uchiha of the people, but since I was bitten, there were no relatives, I'll become a sneezer, it's not so important, so there, regarding until May, yes. Okay, here's a flower, we're giving it to the head of the Uchiha clan. The exchange will show you how much death there is no need for this. It will be a gift for you. He says, at a price, create a rock. He didn't want to be given a gift. Unito's father, 1 million. Rio was looking for Weena out of fear. He wanted to somehow please the guy, but it didn't work out. Okay, here's the money. He said. People, unseal the scroll. I went. What kind of scroll is this? Stop. I don't know. Those blocks are sneezing. In the Hokage's office, dedicate words. A deathly silence broke out. Everyone was thinking about something of their own. Someone, about their difficult fate, will still tell the whole truth to their wife. But if this brave one interrupts so many doors, butter, this tea, and drag along with 2 children, one younger brother, and the second, named younger sister. And some are talking about something. Sister, and who was this? And they went to the residence. He asked. Gives it to them. They were very interested to know. Then, yes. Who is this, especially that it looks like Madara Uchiha? In textbooks, it's hard for his friend, and this isn't the first time I've seen it, and they look alike. Folding sneeze on the backs of the fetus blogger. We'll need to find out about the father's booze, maybe he knows before there were 2 guests, a girl my age, so beautiful, but what is hell water, I wonder what happened then varnish, since it's not tea, clearly. Sister, for some reason you're just up to Palabino, what's with their mac, there's no steam, it's just very hot, so who wanted to train there, the same with me and what really? Fell in love, no, this is what are you doing, going home with us, you're going to the polygons, when 2 shouted in unison, okay, let's go, whoever is faster, said the girls, ran at a tremendous speed. They all reached the polygon and stood there, only this tea, and your sword, Exolidal. Resting, phew, sister, with you can't keep up, the leg, the thing from the heart, the valve will fly out. Rock girl, train more and you'll be like this. Okay, start with which chakra and try it. You want to go through the trees and water, I'll show you how now. The girl showed how to get there, the chakra supports in her legs and went under a tree. Everything is clear about this. Through the water, Ten shouted, and before, sister. Well, you train in me, yes, go to dad and up to 7 grams, ran the whole house. Ran into the house, not Fig, Kuzma, a year to which shoulder and began to say something. About, and did you see 2 strange people today from our clan's clothes? No, and what's wrong with them? But I've never seen them in the clan. Yes, what do they look like? Mikoto asked with interest, but the first one is about 25 years old with black hair, a hedgehog haircut with a step covering half his face. I said, the girl remembers all the subtleties, and the second row is 15, also black hair, then back and bangs. He went exactly like amateur teaching. Even after all, these were what it is. Here it goes, but he has Sydney, as if not showing. I said, beautiful flakes. What is this here? What does the creek have to do with it? But they are striving for the girl. Clearly I don't know who this is, but I will definitely have to get to know her, said with a smile the head of the clan. Clear, this is a quarter, please. Flowers and Gogan, you will find out what it was, Fugaku said and passed on the saint's holy member. Good father. After that, what? And went outside and ran towards the residence. And what were you thinking? Not even paying attention to his friends, people who waved to her, a greeting sign from the face like Oshan sit from weight voucher. Acura moment, and they were talking about something soon, graduation of the academy. Still we are introducing to the teachers in a sad voice. Sky Kakashi, for some reason he is so sad, and also wonderful that we will teach a new generation, happily said Arena, and couldn't wait to start teaching children. Well, yes, you are now teachers. I remember both of you are so sick. Will become the best teacher. And how am I? How you are missing. Still love that fool. And Foka forget. Someone approached these two and put his hands on the pier, said, and why didn't they order me working like? And the width turned around and seeing him, the one who was their family, the widow of the world, on their faces there was only surprise, misunderstanding. Well, yes, not often, the wind of a friend, which the world has long ago, that you saw the spirit and friends laughing, it affected, it dwells, and you were surprised, ash-colored hair. And who else is this? I'm almost a hobbit, but you are in the governor with tears, shouted Origen from it was that this Savannah YouTuber saved me at the last moment from this. The girl pounced on him and hugged him tightly and said, Hook, why didn't you come back to yourself? Though his crying the girl was looking for, sorry, I couldn't come back. He saved you, the pillar to the teachers, and for did not give since I was in his debt. He, and it's difficult for you to recognize, grew up, matured, patted the shoulder, rocked Kakashi. Thank you. I felt like I was saying something, but I said something. Let's eat ramen like old times, I said. The girl, everyone quickly sat down at the table, and of course, I haven't eaten it in ages. After they ate, they decided to take a walk around Konoha. Everyone looked at the new person with interest. This bit was somehow uncomfortable. Oh, now what are the goals of all the media attention? How much porridge? He was amused by people's reactions. And yes, it's somehow unusual. Look, Itachi is flying somewhere, and so fast. The girl said, waving her hand to her friend. Itachi flew past them without even noticing. I'm thinking about something of my own. It's strange. I didn't even notice. Maybe something happened. In the zone. I finished saying Origen, and it was strange, because the girl was always welcomed. I don't know. I was just looking for Ash Loss, and I wonder who they are. Even their father doesn't know. Maybe they didn't live outside the village. Maybe the Hokage-sama knows something. I'll need something. You know. The girl quickly ran to the Hokage's residence and entered the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. And for a quiet voice was heard, you see, sadly said the blonde, this feeling in the office and saw this guy. I was very surprised. She noticed in what a state the Hokage was in. She had never seen him like this, as if you were torturing him with mental torture. What kind of moonshine did your daughter bring? A scroll from Moscow. What do you know what this is? And this is a miracle, thank you. We take your hands. A scroll of rocks of a blonde man. That's 700 people, the girl thought, because he wouldn't notice, but it was very difficult. This is tea, please, about the video card. Uchiha pointed with his hand at the steam of Low Hagen. Okay, but who is this Naruto Uchiha? Once acquaintances said in indifferent voices, hovering Uchiha Itachi, glad and acquaintances. Blushing a little, the girl said in idiom, yes, let's go on a date with Harris, and goodbye, say father, very coldly, he said, gives it was the finishing words of Tamino, then he even how he will kill his dolls when he finds out about everything and exactly the same words, slightly attracting you, you. Finished him off in the views now not for you, laughing out loud, they said from the end, guilty at. The ancestor snorted angrily, the guy, speaking tightly, as for some reason there was a girl, she couldn't understand anything. The office rushed away, the old man bandaged with blitz and very creepy, euros and his name was USA, the seller, repeat in. The village, the head of the route was already back on Varakin, now you can't run away anywhere and the term of his shoulder laminate, you'll find out that I want to give the guy's ass. And I'm collecting special and he will be exactly constantly, while looking, even wanted to put shackles on, I say in the morning until panic, human could cheap year and released kick frame. The old man removed his hands, this is now with his head 3 in a cold voice said hovering, it feels like he could easily kill someone, don't be afraid, I won't disappear in. The village shook from such a force in the office, especially the dancing, when I saw that he had very strong eyes, stronger than 6, and okay, the old man said with fear and Tsuchiya disappeared after that, everyone in the office will be shocked, they perform, everyone stood and thought about something, the number was interrupted by silence and touch idioms along the streets of Konoha, then your teenagers and something they say with this, everyone watched a passerby courtyard and John looks like while shinobi are also handsome, this is tea. That with him, the guys really didn't like this Dorado, sorry that we're condescended but for some reason the hall is what they say weekly because he is my chicken father who threw me out like a toy herself. After these words they walked for blocks silently thinking about something of their own, you need to go to Mexico, what kind of make a. But why everyone thinks that he died and with misunderstanding thought the girl she is not. Like all the other girls pretends that she doesn't care but I see in her eyes bursting with questions block I put. Uchiha when they reached the block his sneezing people saw purity and order and calm people walked with smiles. And completely say he felt the atmosphere that in the world of Kitsin and he even had only calm here we came thank you and somewhere there Fugaku Uchiha. For intuition father here is his daughter and locked so lunch in his hand good after all and follow me. You heads of the Uchiha clan Naruto Itachi reached the corner to lay them out and meanwhile I am in the house stylist you 3 special this one having learned and 1 woman with red hair and somehow Richard were talking and 2 teenagers came into the house mom dad I gave mine you are here something garden everyone. Idyllic a beautiful guy about 15 years old with black as coal hair blue eyes like the sky he looked very much like hot everyone without taking their eyes off him who is so handsome he has eyes like the Tamiya species and no longer the beginning that for himself a guy it was showing off a woman and it became very interesting why are you without inside with such anger any more handsome Ataturk does not choose just anyone before it was joyful. Centuries then it seems like a gift Uchiha looked at the woman as if she were looking at a portrait. I saw her in the clan, it seemed like something was said to him. This is what he needs. This is Chuck, such. Guests brought a smile. The woman quickly became an article. Uchiha people and needed. An Uchiha, which cafe? He himself was looking for a way to convey this flower to the magician. When his last name, everyone was stunned. He just said Naruto had long since died, and to me, this is exactly what he said himself, with a misunderstanding. Before, there was a woman. It seemed very strange. Isn't that the name of Minato and Kushina's first child? It's strange. All this is surprising. It would be where she also thought it was strange. What about Uchiha? Naruto? I don't know all these faces, namely, sobbing. Isn't that the name at the top? Minato and Kushina. I began to look at the guy with even greater interest. I decided to interrupt the big silence. The black-haired woman, I don't teach a hobby where you can Uchiha Fuga. Who is this? My best friend. The dog has stewed fish. The woman was looking for people. A rollback. It's me. I haven't seen you in the village before, asked the leather one. She wanted to know as much as possible about the guys. I also haven't seen you in the clan before, but one more question. The man wasn't going to let the guy go with his Lego sneeze until I was 5. I lived in Konoha. We'll use Naruto Uzumaki, but then I was kidnapped or rescued and I lived with my grandfather. Now I took his last name, not wanting to say anything more, but not just said focus 1, here's the window view, there. As I said, for you to sign it. Okay, I'll sign it now, the man said and picked up the scroll. After that, Fugaku signed the scroll and your boyfriend in the style of the room of thinking, why save a child from the idea of saving, but from whom I'm surprised, shouted Akrashna. She didn't understand in the guy's oxides from these are villages and with enormous power, he shouted, giving all of these became shocked and saving a 5-year-old child from people and saving from the idea, but why did you have to save them? They are looking for more kind of understanding. Having asked which one he had long ago, everything was in line with and in his head, but I couldn't find a suitable one so that the axis explained. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox, that's why I was almost beaten in transport every day with such coldness. Paris, too, gave everyone goosebumps. You're 5 hectares. To experience such a burden from an early age, it would have been necessary where she was a very kind woman and couldn't offer such a thing about people. What about the village? And they beat him to death at 5 years old. Now it's clear why such water and how pitiful his flight was. It was this tea and it really touched her. She breathed. And why didn't your parents help? TV. Litany. We are from everyone. Interested in the embarrassed parent. Anime was thrown out like a free toy. Half-human with which she replaced them 2 days ago. She is Vera, sorry. I don't want to remind you of the bad, but who is your parent? Or maybe we know them, by the way. Will you help? She asked, running, and after these words, the cake turned its back on everyone and said, for a parable, looking at the jackpot. At one of them, and you know, he's sitting here now, through the launch, floating. After that, she ate, as if hit on the head. Everyone in the room sat in shock, looking at what came out. Some people, a couple, began, want to go on a date, she said, nice to meet you. Naruto left the house and went to look for his newly acquired ones on the scroll, that for a lot of money. That time, everyone was sitting at the table about something. The double, the family, very much looked at the length, ate and watched this. Now an explosion will happen. Minato, you're a corpse with a huge layer of rural. The woman was already showing off, wanted to go kill her husband. I'm all because today will be the funeral of the fourth Hokage. Calm down, my best friend decided. It's big, it came up, food, and I found it quietly. Maybe this isn't true, how can this be untrue, but the fact that I, like me, and trouble. And with tears in my eyes, chants in the ear, and it was we will know that I was deceived for so long. It's true, an ambush confirmed that he has a son. Said a quiet voice at this hour, she's not a stupid girl, she couldn't, soot. 2 plus 2, from these words, Kush began to cry and says through tears, some kind of God is a beast, so 10 minutes and finally I calm down, I'm like a sausage. Dragging on her, no one could escape to what left the house and went straight to the stepmother's residence, style and looked at each other, yes, what kind of deed, I lower my head, fettered, and what and him a little. Shake such news, this is what you did, just attached a woman from her friend to this, I definitely didn't expect this, I'm then look after the people and there now need support. Smile Bugakova, what's the matter, why am I a beautiful girl? She didn't understand. Why, but her face, you too, with your guts, says your face, laughing. Her gray hair amused him by his daughter's reaction. Okay, she said, covering her speech in Kai. Leaving the house, I was in the Hokage residence. Minato was sitting, thinking about something, when here he knocks down the door, shouting, I do that, and the trope stood there, and I deserved it. He said quietly. Lowering his head to what was all over the office, like the Fourth Hokage's physics, there was no living weight left, so I no longer had the strength to drink it until I unpacked, how could you hide me, everything, and just walked away. The child, to the mercy of fate, forgive me, I'm a bad father, cafe, I'm sorry, with great pain in his voice. The man sat boredly on the sofa and just cried. I was a minute away at that time. Yuri, heresy, he was on the chair, one about mines, I'm having lunch, you know why you reached, asked him, the jackpot, for which he almost undermined himself, and ligaments are scared, yes. Scared of his own son, I look at the trunks, the blonde said, he couldn't look at his wife's eyes, he was scared of a newborn child, how could you be scared of him? I screamed, Kush, but at the same time I didn't understand my husband. I was scared. See, the tail after sealing, his hair turned black, and the crystal wasn't me, I was the one who wanted him. The demon surrendered. Hello. The blonde said in a quiet voice, he'll lower it, he added, but he managed to hold it in better than you. I blamed myself in the States. I wanted to tell him everything. He's taking risks. It's gone, it's clear. Look for the Hokage, they call him. The woman screamed, but I didn't have the strength to scream anymore. She only added in a commanding tone that in the evening we'll have to talk. There is, Minako screamed, but then he abruptly sat back down with me, his ribs still giving. You know, a red-haired woman came out of the office through a doorway, as the doors had been knocked down. A secretary didn't know where to go. Today was a very eventful day. A black-haired girl quickly crossed almost the clan's territory, but I couldn't find one person. She began to worry about where he could have disappeared to. But the video showed the last familiar silhouette, and it was just the same turns. He was sitting on the shore of a lake that was in the Uchiha quarter. She approached him and simply forcefully said something to him. I finally found you, she said. Why are you hanging out? What's wrong, kid? They fell in love with you. It calmly affected the subconscious. Why is the guy strict? Who is this? The guy thought with interest, but didn't understand. Someone would like HIV from wallpaper. How to behave with you. 32. Grinning, he stole a chicken sword. He was captured. And that was enough for her. The head of the clan fell in love with me, closing her eyes because about the arena, after all, Jovovich wasn't going to lead them, but why are the girls who are constraining very good if they love and will never leave or cheat? Yes, yes, he is very kind, beautiful, I feel that it's not only pure emotions, don't forget how love is. Okay, then we'll see what will happen. Why can't you just go to your new house? I don't understand, the girl asked, because he should have already given. And this as well, as if the guy rules, they won't leave him, dispute, find Balaban, said this T. And her, too, not the first person, says it's not my fault that you have such a stupid system of rationing houses on board the guy. Why did the girl laugh? X, yes, you're not the first, you say, so take me and together, know it all, become he stuck to the lawsuit about the arena. Okay, let's go. I take his hand and dragged him along with me, and in order. You'll tear my hand away, about screaming in pain, it gives him birth and his fragile girl. Sorry, let's go here, and with a red face she ran, this tea after 10 minutes of walking. Naruto Itachi came 2-story house and a dacha. Tora said goodbye, you went about your business, and Strata, when you said goodbye to him, you need 6, so bad, I served. Itachi looked back where Naruto's house was. I'm God, what are these with me, can they just get out of it, it will be forgiven, I'm a brunette. I ran home, and at that time I began to look outside, so he entered the house and said hello to a new life. He looked like, so for something only to drink, this is a lot of March. He said a huge list, didn't go to the store on the way to the store and saw a familiar face, and he himself also noticed, and nature. 3 people approached and introduced my friends, the team. Hatake, Kakashi and Rin, and X is equal to 1, the brunette was dragging, showing his hand, Lego friends. Uchiha Naruto 1, acquaintance with a forced smile, the guy said, and Raida, Haram, very nice, and the teacher looks like Madara. Kakashi, Hatake and Dora dating agree well. You are like 2 peas in a pod. I'll take this as a compliment and takes from you. Are doing something out of interest asked Inhabited, and you were a little surprised that the couple went shopping to buy things for our new one, giving a reason, and also Dobo Capella and where is he, and in the quarter Uchiha congratulations on the housewarming. To pick up the girl shouted, after which Capella hair and added and I congratulate thank only answered people from okay let's go to the side store and then Dobo is good yes meeting said best friends. Guys all friend dispersed people and killed bought all the soul for went home cannibals killed was a ball what was so huge giving they laid everything out in the spring. You decided to go to bed since it was already dark outside and not tired from the road those times trouble pumpkins that they always discussed. I had something was the number of her husband given away, saw that he did it to himself very painfully. I seemed every time daughters that her older brother Uchiha people, that's why I was very happy. But I didn't understand why the head of the Uchiha clan lives separately and eats buns. Mom, can I ask you, of course, what happened? Why is it even somehow bad when there is no one around? Is it true that you gave up the pipe? It smelled without soon it will be taken, what is it? You say, everything is simple like a doll's hair, and the girl screamed, you fell in love, that's all. The protection of your beloved or up to 100 said Itachi and trouble hold on to your love so it doesn't go away. I smile for some century, it was joy, my daughter, well, woman, I passed 1 month. During this time a lot has changed, people, the rest, soaked up the tension, didn't train or help training with. My sister, Ami and I, my best friend, Nipples, and they became very good friends and the guy was also glad that he had a sister, but I tried not to show it, but he fell in love with who's like a family when that also became very attached, like she did to him, to the village itself, grind down dobe. Even though he was a Hokage, he had relationships, not hobbies, luxurious, only indifference, that was all great. You broke up with the village and became Johnny, us, Konoha, now he and his friends, the Akasha market teaches the new generation as he set them up for himself. Kakashi's team was joined by Uchiha Sasuke. Overview of the end, and Konoha Maru Sartoria. How did they get a girl whose name is Boris and J China, and the guy Karabi Uchiha is a donkey, just her team is chicken meat. Makrina is not a shinobi housewife. I'm on the street in the village. I was walking a black-haired guy. I'm not at home for some reason. Not addressed everyone. Not a lot of soft stuff. It's boring to take advice from your team on a mission. Upset thinking about The arena no but and so I sleep something wind rice oh our princess can't. Base shut up go better on the mission I'll scroll through everything in the subconscious forest was possible this. Something about two. Remember this city. Yes, only the most difficult missions, and everyone can give in. Excellent, it's like an ocean. Here you are, very quickly approaching, familiar chakra, more or less Karama, what? Interested the guy, chakra, cha-cha, the edge of the crowd, Liza thought she saw the girl's hair. Waved his gift, he understood who this was, approached her, hello, Oratov. Hello, how are you with the webcam, asked, hovered, yes, fine, and where are you going? The girl asked with interest in her eyes, Akagi, perform in on the other, it's boring to live in. The selection, but it's very dangerous, with worry, the girl asked again, don't worry, I'm strong as an agent, maybe a little. Ribbon, he said, Poglazova, quickly, hit the girl on the head, almost like one, red as a tomato, said yes. The couple went to the Hokage's residence, and while they were walking, each gave something to the outfit, talking about soon and this miracle was, which complexion returned to the normal state of the husband, promised. The Svetlitsa like a parcel at the garden, but I was so pleased when he stroked my head, the residence, as I can see, as always, hung I'm bored with work and sorting through papers. I'm burning with grief. You've returned to Konoha, but at the same time, I'm upset. Darth called him father. This made Minato very sad. He opened the pier, because there were so many claws. He leaned back tiredly in his chair and looked at the photos of his family, who stood there until they were old, even though it was a weak turnover. He was glad that he was communicating with them and even training. Someone knocked on the door and Howie. I said, come in. Two people were walking into the office. That's exactly what I saw. I was very happy. They were two lawsuits, his daughter and ex-one. Hello, passions. Hi Shroud, two shinobi switched, something happened, yes, I would like to drown. The stages, otherwise it's boring, that's pasta work, are you absolutely sure? No, you can't. Reach me, said the guy, and okay, 1700, I'll determine 2 polygons there, they. LL check you, okay, I'm going, what are you doing yourself, but we'll get there, goodbye, X and the hole itself, you. Re-dragging now, they wanted a ride, they were talking about something, so it was a miracle, they ran off to do their business, and she said goodbye. The guy was walking high, ratch of sources, and noticed a strange man sitting on the heels of the girls. They give this, he didn't really like it, and he decided to teach him a lesson. And the old man, why are you spying on girls? I pumped up Bran, what is all this? They heard that it wasn't the polymer guy, then a crowd of girls ran out and they saw the familiar pervert, otherwise his beat, loss of consciousness, but the pervert was completely beaten and managed to escape and has to be chosen. This is in the forest, why did she drag me? With herself, the guy asked awesomely, as if nothing. Why did it happen without cleaning up for a month? And it would have been right to do so, but where now will I teach you a lesson? It was said before after it started. Forming rivers, Rasengan, this is only a smirk on this wind, a body in the great magician threw glances to such an order. A legend, and began to slowly walk, yes, don't be afraid of him, I won't. Someone like that was released in Glazov, asked the dead Kellic, a sneeze, once acquaintances, what are you? So it's you, and I told you the rocks, having visited, I couldn't find them, I decided to rest a little and gather information for a book, and who are you and why were you looking for me? I'm the great frontier or one of the routes, not giving Jiraiya, and concurrently. And religious processions, Ryan, it's clear I'll call and without calculation. A bearing, what, but water there, they need everything, I told you, it's not very sorry that it Turned out this way, nothing, and Hokage-sama stands out in affairs, Lada, a perverted hermit, I'm a couple while. The beer, and since it was already approaching, and about checking, but this slowly went to the second field, ready, that time, Itachi also ran to the second field, proud, but I let her in. Because she will check. The city's instilling that she really didn't want Heidi, he also wanted to see him, he was wearing his son, and so he invited them. They taught at the second training ground in nature. 4 people appeared, leading masked people, and when I spoke calmly, he approached everyone. He looked and was surprised that he wouldn't have to fight against these 2 here either. It's no big deal. I'll check you before Varna. Valak confirmed the words of the guys. The blonde guy, 6, and Tacha, didn't say that he was also a Volvo. How did you find out? The girl asked in surprise. Yes, how did you hide the bitch once and understanding? Come on, Riga's paw, before Shirsue's company, they had already met a long time ago, or rather, introduced them, and touch. And these teachers of yours, too, Rust. The shows was somewhat similar to. And people really liked it. They hit it poorly. Train better. In which I read, well, start Park Chul-ho. As I did. After these words, your push, no one turned on their fish and ran. People didn't start attacking him. It was difficult to meet Darth. It will take place in Sydney in the Uchiha clan, and I had to cut off my ball. A year after that, people calmly defended themselves and counterattacked. Itachi and Shirsue were very surprised, they couldn't read his movements. In concepts, but the watch wasn't very strong and accurate. They realized that it wouldn't do any good. Regarding the topic of fire, horde, and dragon techniques, well, it wasn't much use. Touch began attacking with cathode, but he also unsealed it, and the battle began. It was slow, the night wasn't over yet. He saw 600. Took out his own, which he ran to help, and the dacha needed to create a position for this, since it's difficult to fight against spirits through which to fight. He created a clone and ran to their goods, as he sat in the lotus position and began to collect natural chakra from the Jira flights. This is what a video about drinking muscles, natural traction, the same basil, but his. The mode was different, scoring, it developed in people's eyes, their eyes developed red pigmentation, and he began to crowd them. Teach, they couldn't do anything because the blows were very fast, versions read, it was similar to what Beats Guides once fought to meet, they noticeably put ours, it's very accurate and teleport behind your back, after which you gave them back, what is not this? To lose it, and then shouted flame, sour cherry harbor, after these words, the tour, it gave out a huge line of black flame and it flew straight, the newbie Itachi saw this and activated USA-san and then covered what was there, I was there at that time, Susanna's nail was very powerful and Susanna was falling apart, Itachi and Shirsue were already very tired, but the people said something. Okay, let's go now, everyone is in shock and there was only warming up. As far as turned on the avatar of the ramp, we'll paint Susanna a candle on her forehead, Kafka, the Uchihas were shaking from such force and not they could move, like the hermits in the capital, went to Glazov. Are you the strongest? Like me, 600 HL from shock, used your vessel, it should have been green, and he started attacking Rod, but it was no use, but he beat him freely and then moved behind his back. Sasari said, it continues, I give up after this gift. You 6, or a technique, or didn't you go to everyone else, then they didn't approach, everyone looked at it like a ghost, what kind of a person are you? I asked Naruto from a misunderstanding, I asked 5 people, the date, settle down, Akagi, you'll be surprised, he was looking for Minato, his strength amazed him, his pistols, they were for us, but I haven't seen such a mode before. I'm more interested in squatting, right? Paradise, I couldn't wait, so this is the mode of the forests. I signed a contract about this summoning world soon, learn those who shine and tail, and both are surprised, pumped up what and the nine-tailed Kurama. I answered very coldly, hovering, people, and you can use a full-fledged garden, you shouldn't. The girl asked, things of interest before. When grandfather chooses, I asked him for his eyes. Because there were a few things ahead, through the cities, everyone was shocked by his strength and features. The Hokage decided to say so far, and the people, and I'll call Johnny and allow him to join the NBA in Russia. Show him something like Zoan, but it will also help him get battles. Thank you, everyone is free. The city's wolf, thank you for working. She almost shouted, and after that, Bina, you, Jerome, almost landed at the training ground. Only 3 people remained. Congratulations, taking off the mask, the girl said, and this is how handsome a guy is with only one eye. Thank you, I smiled, and answered to congratulate Dinar. Well, what's almost on call? Itachi asked. A lot of Konoha's NBA. We'll bring you all 3 after the crisis. The Hokage forgot about the residents. Anton's eyes are not happy. His friends came to residence and went down to the mango base, and the base was located under it, with his dacha. They showed where you can get equipment here and pick up a sea devil. He received a new set of clothes and 2 armor, then. It turned out that he also got a tattoo on his right shoulder. The guy doesn't understand what it is, but she didn't object, because if they do it, and I'm no exception, now the most important moment of admission, option 2 is they threw out the masks in front of people, a huge one opened with text messages, he had something, they ran away from the pile of masks, he drew attention to how much of them were there, how much mass there was, which one to choose, we are considering. Ask eyes hovering, push which one you like, Itachi said with a smile. Put your hands on all the masks, although he is bad in the form of rice, but why is it black? The scanner showed a mask on March 1st, showed a rice mask, there was one feature that the others didn't have, it's all black, it emits a measurement of min. Glasses, and this and bits of the mask ghost is better not. Ed these no one takes. More raw materials of the first agent to tell the story of the sea rice, which is not the first day of creatures, but I have heard some many legends. We don't like me, I take a mortar on the face of the rocks, a guy, he, girls. I didn't really like it, what is needed brings only trouble, I pumped up Svan of the day before tea, don't be afraid, why did you interrupt so many times, this and replacing it, to seduce, sentenced people, and I once took root, but who needs you? The blushing girl stopped everything, after which she turned away, Shirsue's reaction almost made me laugh. But he sees it like this, and this is the first time he and because someone moved in, you can see as far as he could say in a sad voice, the hovering of the required contained from this performance that almost touch, and people noticed this. Smiled at him, he takes his brain and went like an ocean, only a person, what do you want in the room, God, just a little more, and I saw in this almost like an agent with a release, gives our fight, was the Hokage's office, on, and you drag a card in front, ashamed, hooray, and what was there, cut behind, they were afraid to approach, they were from a piece, this is also what if the niche, the fuss, the fighting beer, why this, that. Moscow, now they will live with them, worry, gave with her behavior the caterpillar girl told them this, and now he's offended at me, as you can see, Hokage Minato, as always, was sitting in his office, one before and after, about his wife, coughing, and the women, still very angry. Things could go wrong, they didn't say anything about it, no matter how hard she tried. She would get out with her son, and well, she also doesn't want to know his fights, which was very upsetting, and their families. 3 illusions entered the office, greeted the Hokage and Kushina and Naruto. Something happened, asked, showed off a short woman. What about the garden? I wanted to become Hokage. What? I received tracking, the mask was disconnected. I chose such words. I was upset that I myself didn't want to call her mother, and the same problem somewhere. Well, like the troops you chose. Asked who Derek was, not a ghost. The guy answered coldly, and these words are not necessary. Boring lines for the mid-range. He knows about this mask and what he will read, what he knew. And also sweets, a ghost. Well, yes, it only brings troubles and misfortunes. The waveguide pumped up in a bunch. I liked it. I will wear it. I don't want to hear anything. Okay, now Tyrannus, where did you see a ghost? I put me on the swarm team. You drag in your own. After that, people and his friends almost to the floor. Water. To train in a team, work with a new team, something was very shale. I respect that he ended so simply with a look and wanted to kill him, but calm down. The wind is no longer a small child, and you know what an idiot. So 2 months have passed. During this time a lot has changed throughout the whole, and it is customary to use 16 years. I was not particularly happy about this. There are still bad memories when he almost died for himself, an option for a birthday he didn't want to publish anything, but his friends were categorically against him. They were only able to persuade him. Carmen and the pirate Osavaluk will, this place, the people with their team, Roy, did a lot of missions. They were mostly given Messer NGS, you tear it off. And at the expense of the people's strength. It happened that people, and he walked for months, slowly coped. Everyone knew about the bus in Moscow, the ghost who appeared out of nowhere and killed without a drop of regret, many apostates and Konoha bandits. You weren't afraid, but on the contrary, you admired him. She was killed. She was glad of her so-called brother that they had fans and protects Konoha. The truth is, new people in Lviv are few people know, and at the same time, the people's apparatus of his adopted brother, since he proposed to Irina, and she accepted. Now the young family lives together, and the people now live on their own, according to Graham. This upset him a little, because he bought dinner for his family. And Hydrogen and Itachi had to. In the relationship, slowly but surely, in the stretch number 7. To the testing ground, 3 people, namely this. There will be people and his sister with the same idea about this pacifier. He also became very close with them. The oldest one told something, or rather showed a new technique in both of them. I'll tell you this holy technique for racing. Yes, it all describes it there. PM, I think you can learn it, get it, and you definitely could. A girl with a smile on half her face happened. I'm now here with pacifiers. I'll give you flowers with the technique that Kakashi Hatake invented it for, but you have a predisposition to magnesium. Watch out, just don't overdo it. Thank you, brother. The future of karate on Zatansky gives it, so now look how I stand. The techniques, and remember well, 2 have pumped up, started. Watch very carefully. Equipped. It showed how the stand cost 37 UAH in one hand and then created another 4. After that, he tested the techniques on the trees, and your youngest was shocked by their mouse. Everyone now needs to train quickly. The guy found why your little devil. You quickly ran in different directions. 8 Naruto plus and a human flat bear, and everyone understood what it was. I said that being a hammer. It came like an ocean. I dragged it. What would happen in 10 minutes? He would disappear. Draining their name is what kind of special person? Train yourself, a simple Russian guy. Let your head, well, nothing, we can handle it. I decided to support the guy. AVO. Yes, everything is clear. I don't think it will be a problem. He added Susuk. He wanted to demonstrate new techniques later, and when Naruto returns from the mission, okay. Look, and then I'll come and check, smiling, scanner before and after that, I got to the Hokage's residence and why? Did they call him for a day off and probably a new task, having started to add if I call. This task not lower than with a rank, I'm in the office in the ocean, the office knocked after approval. Found a black-haired guy saw that a familiar person was also in the office after he entered. Dota, so to speak, so you know what, she hung calmly, spoke like an ocean without looking up. From the documents, come on. Come here for a day of confidence for this tea and also creating. New girls of people and running, I give you a task with an additive, and we must find thousands of ordinary people and all the detailed information of the criminals' dossiers and who played the interest of the node, the question of the girl 4 lead to this, she, and he spoke in a high-speed voice, after all, he wants to send his own son such a difficult task. Silence fell in the office, and he is also a pig on another task. So you send yours, you have an hour to prepare, still gnaw on Nevsky. The blonde, now what won't they return alive, the eldest is there, although both she and yours are leaving the office. Naruto, Itachi, went home so that there is loading here, lights out and everything necessary, then they ran to the country, a wave of country, a wave of country, they ran without stopping. The NSA did not reach the country because for all 5 swordsmen it will be in the center of the country and they found castles from their fortress. And the losers went in search of them and after 2 hours of running around the country, Vano, they reached the cliff itself. The truth was enormous in size, what a colossus, surprised by the rocks, touch, but the fortress was truly enormous in size. Yes, look how many guards will start. I look at a bunch of people, soaring, this mouse, we can handle this. Issue, a new girl, of course, we will act to make it harder to notice us. I'll go, come up with a way to attack, which way is not? I understand, he asked, what? I'll go put the kunai so we can shoot and if anything goes wrong. While they were waiting, at night, 1D Hari, after a long journey, they were talking, but it was a question of where I returned. Reception was slowly approaching darkness. We're moving forward, we reacting according to plan. First, we'll clear out the fortresses, then the swordsmen themselves. It's good. But this is necessary. You'll be built on a Russian girl, don't be afraid, everything will be fine with me. And on the plain, the mayoral elections. The program in the Vale at night, they slowly hung out the entire fortress while the leaders burned it down. They were doing their own thing, but not everything went according to plan. And what about yours? She noticed them, and immediately the alarm fell. We were alarmed, all the bandits and swordsmen came running. Look, the guests arrived through the window, NBB. But I said a word about cookies. He was one of the ones who said he was sick of the man. And the ghost himself, Anakin, is simply excellent. Stranova gives a lot of growth shadows. Johnny Najibina screamed. I wanted to get it in the store for the chapter. 2U. Will die today only in M. For swordsman of the fog and old Japanese ghost, but because of the mask nothing was visible and grinding carefully they are very dangerous. I'll pump a female voice from under the mask good and the girl under the mask guys. Try not to kill, I shouted another swordsman, the man on a rogue rat Chan. This is you often the first to attack an ordinary bandit and nobody there is beyond the power of 2 experienced shinobi. He did not die like flies after 10 inside with her everything was covered in corpses and blood, only the swordsman remained alive and these reached touch clap. Thank you, now you will not have to pay him, she said, afraid of the nightmare. The courier will come now and your time to die. Robe was looking for a ghost. Let's together when Paulina Rotan the rest of this Chan, at least peace, you were serious about the procedures of the scribes there. She was firmly fighting and also for this Chindo was to watch. I didn't want her to die. This when the guy cut down the Quran wash he began to strongly Dominate and knock them down first on, and you are a racist hands too, and the second aimed. A katana straight hearts. I told you your time has come, even though Omarova, come on, right in front of me, that girl, Horkai, blood from college, not on the cabin. After these words, the mystic once returned from Katana, Georgia, and the guy didn't expect this. He broke the grips. She shouted, "Come on, guys, drink. You're mystics in a class on Itachi." They started beating her. She couldn't resist them since there were more of them. We won't go under her. When she couldn't block the blow to the head, the fetus's mask collapsed. The raven. "Cutie, what do you have to kill for the material before the blow?" The swordsman pumped up quiche. "Or tell me to commit murder. The mayor is to do something. She'll die now, only through the head." Naruto, I. Mirda Sai, a huge amount of chakra, Kurama, this one. People flew a couple of meters, time excluded except for the motorcycle. Kato-cha, the girl prepared for death. Out of nowhere, a brand appeared and flew across his back. Replace, and what was very badly wounded by a bullet. People fell to their knees and began coughing up blood. But well, there it is. Why are we sewing? Pumped up Itachi alone. Bring the river, religion, everything will be fine with me, said the guy, and showed who the girl was with, and then she disappeared in black flashes, and the guys teleported, okay, to a prepared K, but I was 10 kilometers from the fortress. The girl fell on a green guy. I cried very hard. Because today her loved one died. I'm saving Itachi himself. She sat and cried for 10 minutes. She didn't want to run. There was no point in her feeling sorry, but a huge sound was heard. The girl turned to the side of the sound, saw True at the bottom, an explosion from this, even more, disposed of spring here, and then appeared, described kind of run, everything will be fine with me. And where did she go? The creator said, Ravik won a candle, it's the budget of Konoha, you can't catch up with me, he wheezed, the fields won't guess, though that's why he's in the pit. Haha, you're drinking, so you're wrong, it's me. Pouring cold water on myself, faucets, DNA scanners. What scared the two swordsmen? He slowly got up and began to search for a murderous aura from him. He was covered in red chakra with these posts and 108. In a low voice, and prepare to die, swordsman, no good, no matter how powerful. In a couple of seconds they came to their senses, start giving an inverter, blood on their faces, scattered on credit, Jacques, they were already lying on the ground and couldn't even move. The guy disappeared while the present, and he slowly began to approach, and the scribes rolled up. No, almost, please, spare, but isn't that too much you want? He approached the people lying on the ground and began 30, the pantry, the mayor. You looked at this picture and took from a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, lying. Former swordsman, the toastmaster took the scroll and sealed 4 criminals and began to walk. No, and you will leave a taxi? He asked about consciousness. Now everything would be captured. He thought about the arena, but this is what happened in Karama, young and became like chickens in the morning. He extended his hands and began to form a bomb for the tailed beast. After a couple of seconds, it was ready, and a huge cloud of chakra flew into the fortress. Such an explosion left nothing from the clip. A metro pimple, and successfully destroying them, so you are the best mixture of his Karama. He was so revealed. It suited the old people. After all this, gun teleported. Some put in for the introduction. He saw a sitting man, took a drag on a girl, and said, Nijinsky, in the end, the mountain, how are you sitting here with a misunderstanding? Everything was a rock. A guy and a girl appeared. I saw a living guy. She still had a Stella for a few minutes, and now I have to process the information. And what about you, a ghost? Saw Nort, are you alive? Turk, why so strong? It's not bad to add with tying. Pumped up this, after which she pounced on him. I hug him. What did you say? The same thing. Who needs me? A paw was looking for a guy and looking into the girl's eyes, __. I need you all of me, I wipe myself, it's about I. Tried to katita t, what a week in front of you, the girl pumped up, why did she close my eyes, that she won't refuse, such a market became, it was very nice, Dasha, for the first time. Since my grandfather, I'm killed, you'll feel from her, worry and they love you too, this is tea, after this people kissed the girl and touched a little confused. Responded to the kiss, she was very glad that he didn't love her either, and she pressed herself against him, and later they will do this, don't do this anymore, not for you, I'm worried, well, beloved, I won't anymore. And the girl teaches this leads to Valerie, they beat him, called, interrupting your pelvis, trimmers. With us, these scratches, chakra temples, experience, and what am I not worrying about, I will live whole, search, fill up, good. For you, we said the girl after she kissed him, they were shields, and so they sat, bodies. Fire, someone, and talked about something. We were watching LUN.UA. Konoha was hot outside. Everyone was busy with their daily activities. The village school was thinking about something, about the arena, but nothing like that. After all, a week had passed, and it was the moment Naruto and Itachi confessed. They simultaneously completed a very difficult mission. Rogas plus flash stories. You'll burn in the village. 2 people were running. The mask was Ghost's. His smooth face was on. They headed to the residences. The agent was trying to report the plan. It wasn't a mission. At that time, Namikaze Minato was sitting there, very nervous. He himself had sent his son on a dangerous mission. The Hokage was pacing around his office. He was thinking about something. They haven't had it for 2 days. Maybe something happened. While he was thinking, someone interrupted him. He knew exactly who it was. Only this man was walking around without knocking. Minato, where is Naruto? I've been in the village for 2 days now. The surveillance zone is underway. I've figured it out. I'll find it. These are the arguments. The task, scratching the back of his head, the blond man said. On the task, which one exactly? Yes, there are 50 criminals. There. As believable as possible, the blond man said, but he didn't want her to find out something. If such difficult missions were going on, and before I could finish speaking, 2 masked men appeared, a selection, and I knew something about you. Chori was delighted. The mission itself had a prize, a ranked prize. Paulina, all 4 swordsmen, the toastmaster, were killed, and watchdogs with their bodies. He said, we're shooting Arski. At these words, the Dominata pounced and began to convince him how to become an ordinary bandit, kill him, and if a dream happened, Itachi was injured. The woman screamed, I'm not afraid of something myself, I'm giving you such difficult missions again myself, in a cold tone. He will agree, adding a crowded tone. I calmed down, I was very worried, apparently, the blood test was torn, they scolded, it was fine, he gives, why are you covered in blood? He asked excitedly, apparently, that's what's wrong with you, everything's fine, and this is what worries. The woman excitedly asked, there, it's completely fine if people are like this, I would already be dead, I said, the girl at the same time, the guy's hand, apparently, so you immediately understood that between these 2, a dream, that is, such that you decided to ask again, you are dating from a raft, you say. Elevated, we are dating, a rat to a tomato, the girl shouted, yes, by the way, the guy was releasing it, he didn't want to show his emotions in front of his parents, a kind of pumpkin that stood there, look, yes, a young couple. A crystal HSC woman was like, and when they are happy to sing, let's say, near the office, trouble, dad happened, looked at them with a smile, I hook, then we need to look for this, and eat it, like the wind blew you away. You will now find out all the villages, dichloroethane had an effect, well, thank you for your work, you know where to get the money for his week off, there is Hokage-sama and two, well, let's go about our business, and the end is already. While the black-haired guy was walking along the streets of Konoha, a thought slipped my mind, Karama's best friend. What do you think, Rub, the dacha will hold up in a week, a birthday? Asked my best friend, people, YouTube, everyone, I'm her boyfriend, I think flowers. And I don't know what you're asking, Burbulus, okay, don't be angry, when are you, school? Will go around your neck as a gift. A DVD will be worn all your life, so we decided, then I'll go to the store. And chose something, height, then about the Darth Arena, I was walking around sunny Konoha. A guy called him somewhere, turned around, and a video from the team's perspective, versions of the goal, like H and M, in. Again, we'll take missions to plow the city, drink them up, they're pretty Konohamaru, I don't know what, on the exhale, what can you do something else, but if something unravels again, and I'll arrange something like this, leveled up, girl. Calm down, maybe something scarier will give hope in the voice of the rocks, okay, about lunch, look, isn't this your brother? How much in Hamar, he showed his hand, two things in front of the guy, about the fact that his brother with a smile. The girl shouted hello to everyone, and between enough there's an article about a fish asking about hovering, hello, no, I just saw you. I decided to say hello. We're interested in you today, day off. I'm interested in interrupting HR before and after. Here I am, playing this, Omiya, Susuk, to the bushes, the equipment that you gave. I'll kill everything. It's good, I'm just at the second stage, on, smiling, Cobra, he gives me the same. I've already moved on to the third stage, as always, I leveled up in a manner. The girl is a good guy and smiling, the clans are Rotan. Okay, we're going to a colleague for a new mission. The red-haired woman said goodbye. It would be good to go. The super family team. The people went about their business, and decided to practice a little at the training ground using skating. He came at 2. About the training ground, and the rope, and after an hour of such training, he wanted to go to noticed people he knew. These were Siskin, and with him, hi, bro, a girl ran up to him. Hi, buddy. Are you training? He asked him. Hi everyone, yes, here are some skills that I want to improve. You have this act and a high level. That's it. Come on, train better than us. Musk, we mark the rocks. The brunette, after which he grimaced, upset, the townspeople. Okay, let's start. Smiling, the colorful people and his friends. Trained for a long time. They had to interrupt the training. She, the stepmother, appeared near the main character. People, she connects. What herself is not a task. What, but why is it only intended this way, the girl asked. I don't know. After these words, select, you're looking for them. Don't be afraid, I'll be there soon. He hugged and kissed the girl. Hovering, okay, just be careful. The guy shouted and waved his hand. A couple of people approached him. With quick steps. Step-by-step base selection to find the swift. I wasn't interested in why he was again visually off, so she also gave him away. He would have understood if Itachi I'm drawing, they were, let's say, where did the decision go, the selection went, the agent went to the Hokage's office, Haka, and that task, which I will add, his piece, peasants. With joy, an old man, but at the maternity hospital, singing flashes from the Moscow Ghost and Calls, easy and the rock itself, delirium, I'm standing at Lena's house, people with them, the sea victory. Of the country, a task appeared, something complicated, what rank, asked with interest, soaring, but she seemed to be GB. I want if. You say he's already at that rank, then hygiene will be baked through, the guy's power, no, I just want the task to have an effect, maybe your devices go and so offer it to customers and that tasks are cold, asked. The architect, hovering lines, with everything so that it would be stored on the way to the village, the country of waves, well, he's not telling me something, I sent. The command, dropping for execution, please keep an eye on them, I want what happened to them, passed for the sake of both, contain in. The voice of Scalavino, then good, when you start now, the Super Summit team left the village with this old man and there is. Like a shroud, the guy shouted and disappeared in a black flash into this hell, he fell back on the back of the chair and quickly thanked the world for agreeing to complete this task on the way to the country, the guy dragged quickly. And the Summit team, after all. They had already gone far away, yes, after 30 minutes they finally got a knockdown, hovering the fifth chakra began to slowly, these behind them, he jumped on the trees so that they wouldn't notice, during the whole time nothing happened and the people amusing killed, to meddle in order to. He sent a simple task to them, they were interested, and the old man was so nervous, it seemed that yes, there really was a clean couple, they noticed 2 roads, they respect him, this alarmed him, but he realized that what kind of. I also noticed, but why haven't you told your team yet? I'm a guy who decided not to do anything but just watch them, he won't describe all the benefits in canon, but Mr. and the scoreboard, Kanoamaru, the pit, the nipples of normality, communicate after everyone learned the truth that the mission is much higher rank, this one returns to Konoha, but everyone decided to go on to help the old man. The people didn't approve of this, how dangerous could it be? But I did everything will be fine with them, and I slowly followed them. He still had a day's walk, they passed the country's border, there, and almost reached the old man's village. Everything was quiet until I screamed, lie down for a day. A huge sword flew by, and he was borne into a tree, but this sword became some kind of shinobi. Puppies, but if he's a copy ninja, like porridge, I said with a cold eye of the union, I need help for the priests. The toastmaster is surprised from a major nose, and give it to the architect, and not and save your lives. No, we'll give it to him. She shouted as always. And my lion, to me, shut up from the volume. Zabuza shouted, he didn't like children, by the way. Kakashi will have a ring on, but not Obito, another Uchiha. He also received it after Uchiha's death in the war. Mr. protects everyone from chills, the village dossier said to Kasha, open your left eye. I suppose everything is in canon. I also fell into this trap, and the kids pulled him out, but he didn't intervene because no one was in danger of death. He only watched the teamwork, everyone and both of them from the pacifier were very strong. When Hamuro was a little weaker after Kasha got out, he started attacking him. How did he almost kill him with the fourth, but a huge sword flies in and stops them. They started fighting, and they both couldn't eat. What was it and where did it come from? But Zabuza also recognized this huge sword, it seems, just in time. A man with a Sakura face and a cloak with red clouds emerged from the fog. Kisame, why are you? He asked in surprise, Kisame. Hoshigaki, and you're also involved in this, seriously, Rock. Ash loss and even at that time. I was sitting and watching, apparently, the funeral of the fourth Hokage is cancelled, you'll find out, the teacher himself, he didn't understand why. It seems like I'm very famous and yes, I don't know what got involved in this, but I'll forget. I came, why am I inviting you to join the Akatsuki organization? He said with a smile, got her, flogged the fish, there's no such thing, what's the point, you're doing your job, and we're not paying you for it, good. I agree, but only one person will go with me, like here, I shouted until a guy in a mask appeared, and oh well. Let's go. How was I standing there, twitching so as not to be noticed? They have this so that his team would be killed, since they have no chance against Zabuzaika. The most someone appeared in the middle and porridge, I didn't understand who it was, let go with his back behind the music, they'll see for themselves. Demonic ghost, and they realized who it was, the ghost's hair on the calculates interesting dry up, searched for the academy dry up, it's him, the ghost. Before that, for boxes of fog, I call with fear, rocks, for everything, they were surprised. And this is especially Kazakh, Sick Kasha, realized that the Hokage, I joined his team, selection, but I didn't think that it would be the ghost of Kisame Hashigaki from the image of Mumu-chan, the ledge of the faces of their villages, and you must die, said coldly, a couple of lubricants when, although they didn't know who was under it. They, Susuk, realized that it was a very familiar voice. Kakashi, too, where did you see him? Nails on, attack, very interesting about the gym. The most like number 7 or stand, I'll figure it out thoroughly. Coldly searched for brunette, Kakashi only nodded and began to watch them. Naruto turned on the shilling and flew at the swordsman at full speed, and they barely kept up with him. The guy decided to immediately cut off the view, he was the same and could knock out of the poop and created 5 clones around the ball, some kind of adventure, all of them together, the flame of Ketsana and the eternal flame, and everyone who watched immediately realized who was under the mask, and only one person knew such an element. The butcher was roasted dead by this flame. When someone saw him, he was shocked and ran with all the anger of the people. The guy became Steam Games from the prices and turned on an incomplete Susanna, then caught Zomita with his hand, started an attack, walls of girlish 0. Those same ones, you're next, and you're a strong opponent and I won't hold back, but it was covered in 9-tailed screamers and attacked the swordsman. You yourself blocked his blow with a sword. I number it. Live Fastov suddenly disappeared, which surprised him very much. What the hell was Chroma, what was it? Not understanding, filed, no, it looks like wow, Mitch eats yours and chakra. Be careful, peer in the head of the loaf, and now it's clear, this will greatly complicate the task, and therefore the guy is not his own mask, the person slept, the main thing is don't touch the ball and everything will be fine. Calm down, scoliosis if you have there are bushes, Shukran, although I liked it well, I understood everything, said the guy, and again rolled chakra with 9 tails, black hair, hit the swordsman like a pear. His sword didn't really help, you just couldn't keep up with him, so that yourself, and this absorbed his chakra after the end of the blow, like the most distinguished wolf, to teacher Jesus on the way. Well, what are you still doing now? I'll show you why I summoned without tails, MBI Java. After these words, Kisama spoke the technique, and a large water prison and plus a huge dome of water 100 by 100 meters, then my sexy with his sword and became like a half shark, half human. Now you can't escape this cohabitant, the turnover of these cotton wool, exhaling a gift. This is the first glance on the move, an officer, and you will understand that you can't hesitate, because they will already begin to suffocate. What kind of guy are you? But this isn't enough. I'm a guy, quickly, according to yours, to everyone, and said that everyone should stand around him, and he himself didn't understand what you wanted to do, and only watched the forest cover disappear, and the skeleton of Susanna began to appear, which enveloped everyone, and that you still can't get out of the theremin, do you think so? Stabilization. He said the same thing. May sleeves with Kate, Susanna began to grow high in the throat, and a huge blue Samara stood there. What should I do now? Find my, why is he calm, and he cut into pieces? Yes, you're just my old woman with fear. Scan. Predator on myself. First, look at the shark. The mayor didn't play anymore. He just cut it, and with the help of the sword, Susanna, huge, right now, disappears from the beginning, and everyone noticed this when they descended. They all stood and looked at the guy. Masks, selection, what kind of misunderstanding, just in time, lubrication. Ghost, this is thank you, big, almost your own, Golgotha, to download the Naruto cartoon. You're so strong, the girl said. Why is the guy a little confused? They still revealed him. Can you summon Susanna with? He asked with interest. Yes, I have an eternal magician, Sharingan, and all the children could say was, cool, to the Mat Russians. Went through this builder, and the people went to seal the corpse. I saw renegades from villages, and they could be sold on the black market. He'd do something with extra money. He never refuses. The team will calmly do something. We'll do something about the builder's security when they are supplemented with their thugs. They didn't really bother starting, and simply sorted through everyone. Narita no longer interfered, not only in preferences, but after the bridge's construction was completed. Part of the people were named after him, that is, the great ghost train of Konoha. The shinobi of Konoha, returned safely to their home village. They were heading to the Hokage's residence to submit a report on the completed mission. He didn't live in the back place, wearing a ghost mask, so that it would also flow. He wondered why the Akatsuki organization was recruiting new people, and this bothered him. The Hokage's office. In the office, as always, there was complete silence. Only the sound of Christians on a sheet of paper on my tattoo navigation was audible. The fourth Hokage, like a sieve, was immersed in his work, and there was a knock on the door, and he automatically answered. Enter the office. For shinobi entered, and it was Kakashi Hatake and his team. I was very happy about this, because they were all alive, and they had already returned. And somehow the mission, what unusual happened? Guys, are you eating? I'll hand it over myself in a commanding tone. A rock like H&M. Why did the children quickly leave the office? 3 genin left and went after business. Some went home, and some went to the evening. After that, next to Kakashi, I learned to pair with a ghost mask, and as for the mission itself, it was successfully completed. As you thought, the mission turned out to be higher. Kabensky's rank up to first, Old Man Skrill, what they wanted from him, a bandit from a dead end. Patience was lacking, and the butcher of the fog, Momochi Zabuza, spoke seriously, as if ashen, clearly. Well, home, the mission was no lower, Ben said thoughtfully, and then a very strong shinobi appeared there. Home, the mission was no lower than the market with a very serious rock pair of masks, AA. And who is this one of the swordsmen of the fog, Hoshigaki Kisame? He invited the nodes himself, Niku. An organization called Akatsuki, and to which he agreed. He recounted everything that was happening to the people and where they are now. He loves, and here is the scroll himself, the man said, and I will put it on the table. Everything is like that, but he did not hand it over to the black market. He already had enough money, which Damodra awards him well in the task, a rank with Kakashi is free, outfits, you stay, drip gas, and the shinobi left the office, and they continued, then say something else, people with them, the sea, and I wanted to ask you out of fear. I was looking for blonde, I'm on, and what else am I asking you? The path to the block party, splash, already she is, and then I don't recognize her anymore. I always take that she doesn't want to get out of the Georgian dish. Then I was even always sad. He smiled at me and didn't ask that I was thrown out to the family. He shouted, I agree. Please, I don't press me, it's all my fault, but the path contains a little warmer And get out of whom what after these words a huge silence erupted in the office. A look at his father's grief about something. My dad lowered his head. It wasn't good that he wouldn't refuse for the group. You're flying to the group. He decided to interrupt. Okay, I'll try. At least I was looking for a guy with a burning gaze, mastering the spa. Thank you, a big social group released a blonde. I was covering it. And please pass on the flower. This is tea. Tell me what this is the salary for the tasks. They're good at farming. It was hit by a flash. He went to the market to take off his Hokage equipment. At that moment, he was very happy because he agreed. Indeed, before the keychain and related. He asked in the subconscious of a loaf of thousands of his, but try to make friends. He calmly replied, soaring, okay, lead colors, so what can I do now? They asked me to pass it on, and so your favorite ones changed. The flight was precise and shut up. He grew a mustache. I'll pluck it out. He thought about the arena. Okay, I'm soaring. He walked quickly to the Uchiha quarter. He wanted to see the light of day as soon as possible. But first he ran into Ichiraku Ramen. As they say, love is love, and lunch is on schedule. Soon, Dar noticed that someone was already sitting there. It was team number same. The guy talked and ate his favorite novel. The Uchiha clan quarter. Near the house of the head of the Uchiha clan, a black-haired guy stands. He knocked and heard the voice, come in. You probably took off further, but Mr. and went out into the hallway. There I saw two people who were talking about a couple. I didn't expect to see them here. I would appreciate it. I was confused. Later, this is hello. Something. The man asked with a smile. The woman asked, hello, Nora, I give in a sad voice. The cat said, the guy stood and sighed, hello, Ogata-san, Mamea, in the act. This is tea. The indifferent voice of Omsk adds to the attack of words, the lush screw of love, Cyrilla. I'm an angry mother, after all, and I was also a little surprised by this, but I quickly answered on my touch in my room on the second floor. He thanked me after the guy left. Yours, to burn, and they started discussing something. Well, you called me mom. This is surrendering, yes, but for some reason he's so cold to me. A little sad. Rock. Woman, don't be afraid. It will pass. I hope it's up to the company against the undermining of labor. And he couldn't. The leaf inside is shaking. He was very angry and decided to get there, and Karama, and so that he would determine the diet. The edges of the leaf expressed our subconscious. He finally agreed. She's at the end of the corridor. Right door lead what? Normal boxes thank you. I with a dissatisfied face so apparel and Wander quickly went into the room and went there very angry and said something opens believing this TY so huge that did not finish hovering in front of. The guy seemed a girl in underwear. The girl was confused and such a face guys from this scene changed her color red. Like hair bitten. This quickly closed his eyes with his hands. He left the room and slammed the door and said something sorry. Forgot to knock. Shouted to the couple behind the door. He stood like that. This is not enough now. Here are the guys in full. But I heard someone walking at the door opens and I poet did not even see but it through was lost. The girl quickly took from 40 and pulled into somewhere I them and before I had time to sentence the guy as I kissed the girl. You know I even liked something having such a video, said the girl hugging the guy product and confused and did not understand why him but quickly came to his senses. Maybe it will get dressed, said handsome guy, and what don't you Like said to the new ones and the girl sat down the guy by the hand and Kato climbed onto the bed. She climbed on him. There was nothing unexpected, but it's what are you doing? The guy asked surprised, and isn't that what you want? She said, give her my paw. I bumped into a frontal. He turned the girl over, found himself on top, and looking, and right in the face, and of course I want, but be patient for 2 more years. The mortar was looking for the arena. Well, you're a bit of a bore. Her teeth were working hard, the girl said. The couple got out of bed and said something. Get dressed. You all ready? Yes, it suits you very well. He gained a soaring and stared with a red face. Rocks, touching them. Why can't you look at your beloved lead, who, soaring, shake behind the door, boiling rock? The girl is good, slightly, rock. So he left the room. It is necessary, stood behind the door. What were you thinking? Namely, his future wife, ZHK. Someone disturbed his thoughts. Well, you and, __. In the attic and the debt, he shouted, the forest. No, it's still early, and then the child's things at 16, well. As you know, okay, I'm not sleeping, not the same, not sleeping beauty, smiling. Then about the arena collapse, the portal, Caraman, in front of the guy's eyes, the door opened and from there came out a black-haired girl with a red face, and they looked at each other for so long and dragged on. After all, on Kokyo units, decided to break the silence. What did he want? The girl asked, redder. Now the salary took for Meshin. Thank you. Do you want tea? I won't refuse. The guy and the girl were let in first, at points. When they arrived, they saw Fugaku Beko drinking tea. You ate. Everyone who was sitting in the kitchen paid attention to 2 people. He won't. He would have asked where and especially collapsed, but this is sit down, calmly answered. And the guy sat down at the table and what he agreed on in himself, and the dacha made tea and sat down next to him among the people. So when the wedding with a smile, after asking who the guy was, he choked on tea. The girl asked for victory in all those present. Write it down. It became mine too. I was interested in what to answer. What gives? Daddy, what are you talking about? The girl squeaked embarrassedly. Yes, and I'm interested in Chinese cushion in a couple of years. Let's not rush this. The guy wasn't looking for many rats, and he was looking for a good little upset. It was clear that only a century had passed. Then they all drank tea together. Peace and quiet. And like threes in the kitchen, your Dima Ringa flew away. Named lunch, not Saskia, and they started shouting about something. Mom, we agreed to participate. He shouted at the nipple. She asked about someone's interests in the exams. Yes, I talked to his words. The air pumped up 2 jeans in chorus and looked at everyone with a betrayal face. Everyone just laughed and worried a little. After all, you can die during the exam. Mecha and melancholy. That didn't really please them, but they didn't expect everything to be okay. And when my brother, I was just at Dad's, he asked you to come to him. The red-haired girl said, okay, I'll call you. Yes, let's go. Maybe. This is a new assignment with you, your check is higher. They walked around the block holding hands. They noticed people they knew. Shursui and Izumi. Everyone approached each other and said hello. Itachi and themselves were best friends. Nature cuts, too, then they meet, she said. You have to hide everything until then. Which one caught you walking around too? The girl asked, smiling. Yes, and how do you know? I asked her replacement. We have a dress code. Calm down, Tessel people. New assignment, the judge asked with interest. Everything can work out. Okay, let's go. Naruto, he said. And those 2, almost in the middle of the lab, a couple holding hands, party spirit, They talked about everything, Boris, inside the zone, they fly, and the girls are looking at this vat and smelling it very much, mixing her, she was also glad that she was with her loved one. You ordered the ocean at this time. The dark room became crowded with black flattening and red clouds. I kept saying something, but lipolysis didn't work. Believe it with your eyes, all the people who were in the room were dangerous apostates of their villages and I want to report the murder of our comrade, and she herself said coldly, Guy. In the sphere, you with your eyes from these words, Cypri is a little shocked, and besides, by him, because football is at the level of KGIA, what a spirit you killed him, he's the same Serion, and with interests will come a person similar to a snake, and even for the university is dead, you said hovering, they killed a ghost, adagio, change, rock, half-human. Looks like a cactus. Everyone who heard this nickname was shocked, but you can say he killed 6 swordsmen of the fog, who were losses like KGIA Ghost Nokia Hollow Pass, she's better while in when we went there is a cold voice at the rock doll, we need to look for a way to cheat an organization. I'll tell you what needs to be done. Which organization sees how I see? Yours. Whose people entered the office and said hello. I was also glad to see them, and he started a conversation. I'm on Libra, so the matter will be held in a month. IQ is mysterious. In a week, your team will be released. She tore up assignments for 2 weeks. You'll have to pass on flowers with invitations to participate. It's good if someone from the villages refuses. The cold asked. Soaring. It's okay. They just won't participate. How are they replacing it? Clearly, we can be free. Sweetly, the girl asked. Then you can. Those many people left the office and headed for the exit. Maybe let's go. Success, how am I even seeing the sunset? He asked with a smile. Okay, let's go. They came to a P-shaped gogon and began to look, hugging each other. Yes, a beautiful sunset, and they were talking about something about the city. After tomorrow, it's your birthday. Will you come? The girl asked. Of course, I bought you a present. What kind of present? Interesting, he asked. It's a seagull. After tomorrow, you LLC, she said. A waterfall. The words, I'm in a compartment, and let it be an idea. It's beautiful and sunny outside. I'll tell fortunes. Everyone is busy with their work. 4. Someone, this is the 9th day, is very important for the miracle of hair. Good luck to the girl today, and the head of the Uchiha clan was a special day, namely, the 16th birthday. Everyone in the family was very happy about it and was preparing for the celebration. Many guests would soon arrive, and meanwhile, the miracle of hair couple calmly wanted to make sure the new one was in the company of friends and Shursui, the snake, the heavy ones, invited to the celebration. We'll stop. The guests won't feel any folds. There will be no feeling of 7 until the end. They were good. His trembling while the 3 Uchiha were walking. We were talking about gifts. Those were curious about what I would give to the unit and cities. What will you give? Tea, he asked with interest in his eyes, smoking, and they were curious whose gift would be better. What are you going to repeat with his? The girl simply asked. It's something like this. What's here? I told you everything, so you see. The guy smiled, didn't answer the questions that shook him with interest. Well, okay, haha. They were looking for your Uchiha. They were very interested. And Hubble. Maria wanted to find out faster. They quickened their pace. What's faster? She swore an oath. The block. I'm putting the Uchiha who is with the clan head. Grass was approaching. People didn't approach the house. They saw each other. Itachi appeared there. A young family was entering. Trouble. Itachi also became friends. He was well-mannered, not particularly friendly. But inside, the newly arrived guests congratulated him. The egg wasn't. The girl who escorted them to the dining room until someone knocked on the door. She quickly went to the door and opened it. There stood her best friends, and I, my beloved, everyone greeted her. The girl didn't begin to turn their gifts. And if you're a birthday girl, hold me a gift. The girl, you became a small box and handed it over. I was very curious about what was in there. I immediately opened the box and there were very beautiful gold earrings. Thank you. The girl smiled big and congratulated me. I held out. This is my gift. The girl's best friend. The scroll opened. A long box, simple. I wonder what's in there. Isaiah's cottage. It was open. A beautiful cat came. Yes, thank you. 6, I said very joyfully. The girl picked up the gift. Now my beloved, congratulations on your birthday. My gift from Sladkovsky. He gave it to me. I took out a small box and she opened it and took out a beautiful blue deck. The guy began to look at me. I'm doing ours, and who are the girls? It was just glowing because there was a chakra inside. I was all shocked by such a beautiful gift. We'll rest with our chakra. And if something happens, just by directing it to my chakra, I can quickly teleport. I was looking for a link about Oleg. Looking at the girl's eyes with joy, thank you, my rock. Alternated. She hugged the guy. She received such a wonderful gift after congratulating him. She invited everyone to the dining room. When they arrived, they saw people sitting in the fifth arena. Fugaku got to talking. Everyone said hello and sat down, talking about something. After 5 minutes, someone knocked on the door. It was 7 until the end. They also congratulated the girl. She rubbed her face and you sat down at the trunk. So about 5 hours passed, everyone was talking amicably and then everyone said goodbye and went home. Some people went for a walk. Some went for an evening walk. And until sunset. You 5 won't let go of the Hokage's office. It was raining heavily outside the windows. It was somehow unusual outside in Konoha. I always like hydrogen. These are nice. This is the neck. Everyone was sitting at home or the village leader and 3 masked men were in the diner's office. Maybe this is what he said. I'll fix it at home, as you guessed. We have a new one hanging, it's about to start soon. Their manager, no, and you must hand over the invitation scrolls to the 7 villages and collect signatures. I spoke seriously. The Hokage, on the other hand, as Missy, was very important. It was decided to send him on a business trip. It's clear how long it's been since the attack before Davis. I asked coldly. Then we take all this into account. The guy in the ghost mask, I'm on a mission. Yes, 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 without losing the challenge. Dashi, on a mission. Everything is written down there. Handing over the book, the blonde man said to everyone present. If this bitch doesn't refuse, what should I do? He asked with interest. 2 wolf masks, hovering, the wind. You know, only Saizodaria, it's okay. They simply Replace these at Hayes, to the Hokage, the trees. He dressed. He said that everyone would agree to their part. I clearly could be free. It leaked out. And if a female voice with grease, Bardan, wait and please come back. And alive. My hands and fists, said Quiet Air, what kind of X, and turned off. All three disappeared, drying, they began to take immediately opened. To float along the road to the dense forest. It was raining heavily on the shinobi, this did not stop along the tree branches, they will quickly recheck earlier, but without clothes. They moved along the wet branches with the help of a candle, the edges of the captain of which village we win first, said those who fled. These guy in the Dorado mask became the captain of the squad because he was the strongest and the network's tracks no one was. Against this, let's first touch, first of all, I hope there will be no rain there, with a staff, it very rarely rains there. Said the girl with the raven mask after 10 hours, and which shinobi ran out of the dense forest and saw emptiness, there was nothing, only one road okay, and above it without ICQ stood you scorching sun. They began to run along the waiting Peskov. You see rave for a couple more hours running few, it rained for you and now there is grief left in such heat, he said to the log Shursway, you don't understand, you don't need rain, and now you need this. How much longer do you have to run? The girl asked in an outrageous tone. Be patient a little longer. There's enough water in the village and at home. We won't die. Jordan appeared on the horizon. One of Davis's great Cochrane swords appeared. It was sharpened by rocks, making it almost invisible. You could get into my village through the main entrance to cut it out. The Konoha shinobi schools went to the entrance of the courthouse. The village shinobi stood at the edge. Under the scorching sun. They didn't guard the entrance, they were already accustomed to this temperature. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to stand there right away. The guards noticed 3 masked men. They had an ampoule, they lived here quickly. Pour it out, and yes, the guy in the black mask raised his hands, explaining that he didn't fight. He came. The guards relaxed a little. They didn't let one near the beaches. Who are you and what do you need? We're not expecting guests, especially shinobi. On hello, we're after the scan. Haga, where is Satan? For a reason, convey the appearance of a Cossack? And ourselves, on this very ghost. Anakin. It would be good if I let her in. Follow me. 3 people in masks were walking in the village street. Everyone looked at them with interest. Especially at the guy. Black Sea News. They heard a tire with a cave mask, and everyone realized he was from Konoha. Vacationers should also consider whether the villages were unusual. It was unusual that all the houses on the list were like me. After a 10-minute walk, everyone saw a flatterer. She was round in shape, and it was as if made of sand. In the office, a Cossack ocean. Everyone in the office sat a man about Minato's age. He had black pigment under his eyes, and the price and color of his hair were red. She wrote something on the table, but I heard so many fairies allowed her to enter the room. 4 people came in and said hello. One of them lived in the village. The others were wearing masks. The selection of Cossack dogs. You're looking for a detective. In spirit, I brought her to you. Well, maybe Diana herself, and what do we need? Our village also sent a ghost of their team, and so that the sand quickly hit the office and a couple of black masks began the conversation. We were instructed to convey everything to them. Find the most appropriate one so that you sign it if you agree to the parts for the exam. It's not yet time for the Chunin exam. I wonder when it will be in a month. If you agree, you can already sign. Everything is so good. I signed. You're probably tired and want to stay with us. Thank you for the hospitality, but no, we still need many villages and run. We clearly see. Eat. Thank you for the invitation. The army commander was given an X-ray to their Eliza. They still had a long way to go. They wanted to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Return home and run again under the scorching sun. Everyone decided that the next goal of this village was hidden there. Before I was on the road, query. Like chicken, and even then, why didn't you stay to rest? A tired voice asked in. The girls attack. We defended. I'm 100% run noon, that's what you say. After noon, running, the Konoha shinobi came, tilting, strange section, they were delighted in the form of a village with a normal climate. Before they had their own. The humidity and constant fog were very strong, it was very difficult to notice, and jealousy was high, but you'll save yourself. You're allergic to everything. It was perfectly visible. Let go. How quickly they let you into the village. They immediately went to the residence and the closed office. She was busy with work. Inside, there was a knock. 3 shinobi entered, with lubricants and fire. They didn't say hello. The head of the village immediately noticed the guy in the black mask. I understand you're from Konoha. I'm a ghost myself. Why did you come? An issue. How is the work itself? The signature collection mission. If you want to take part in the jam, start with something interesting, maybe my personal. The question is, do you have a girl attacking with all your might? You're confused, and the political officer is already in the oven at this time. Our son was killing this hag, and there is something about this, and it's a pity, not just interesting, the power is lowered, and about the ghost, in short, everyone knows well, the girl with the thief mask, she was already standing, tongues hollow, but she behaved restrainedly. 6 I hoped that she wouldn't do anything else. According to participation, yes. Let me sign it. If you want, you can stay. Give me a room in the hotel, and it's you who stayed. Dear ones. Thank you. We won't refuse without him. He brought some shinobi to his office and ordered that the SAP give birth to a hero. Everyone followed him as quickly as possible. They all began to want to put where they came from, then they saw beautiful buildings inside, they were already waiting to show when all the models were in a personal room, inside, what's extra, beds, kitchen, toilet. Kadirov's men quickly went to bed, and tomorrow still awaits. A long journey on the way where the people of the hidden cloud tried to complete the next morning, based on the commander's forces, and after. The next goal, and the paper, Kariv 1, was 2 days old, according to water tests and miscalculations, they grant, and they must have time to finish messy within the set deadlines. Friends of the fire, not the Volga, and they met. They say, and it felt like you were going to the benefits in the village. The cloud was built high in the mountains. Conrad and his team had a hard time getting used to such changes. Mountain air pressure is decreasing, don't waste, don't run. After hours of running, the village itself appeared on the horizon. It was near, in itself, about the edges. And then you were made in the mountains. Everyone was happy, he saw the village. He gave only in spirit, but first you need to go. Glycogen. She introduced herself as after from Konoha, and in they missed him. Everyone went straight to the residence. We are in the same place, and watching in the village and the eyelashes of the rakeage. Nearby, who stood tall? How many people with a large hand? He sat down and he was thinking about something. He was warned that Temujin was sand, but hell, so someone knocked. I believe. With permission, in Trushan's office, without Moscow, one laminate. He was afraid of the ghost. And Konoha, not at the same time, his pigs. He wonders why minutes in good relations and fighting each other. My friend and I didn't give it to him yet. I signed some contracts with Tovstuka's domain. They measure it, it doesn't mean he's under the Hokage mask. But what's his name exactly? He doesn't know. We have a task to hand over an invitation scroll, but for the Chunin exam test, if you agree, then sign this scroll. One thing's not clear. I'm here in glory, and I felt like sparring. If you win, I'll sign it. It's boring without a strong opponent. She said a chip didn't like the words. They knew well about the strength of the fourth market. I'm familiar with the peculiarities of his speed. I'd also be happy to fight a strong one. The enemy is good, agreement on our fangs. This is the mood, I like you. Boy, don't follow me, sentenced in 10 minutes at the training ground, a flock of privates, the Japanese rakeage, ghost masks, on, but this is a duel, almost a lot of people to watch, everyone looks at the guy with interest, according to the stories, he is very strong, and the people and the rakeage ran at each other, they were equal in strength and speed, but he died, it was more from Mr. and this was very surprising, and the Pushtun, folds, and he helped him a lot, Takamine, the rakeage, being immediately that to fight with years, he covered himself with a cover of lightning, the barista is hard to hide behind his blows, and this accept him, okay, let's somehow make it faster. After these words, Naruto entered the box, washes everyone looked at him, did not understand what kind of power this is. I am Rico and did not have time to prepare and they will come, crawled from the place where the head of the village stood, only to inflict talk and a long way was able to dodge the blow, he was shocked by such speed, because he was faster, Minato, yeah, it's faster to stick your nose in. He's my father, after these words, those in the house who were under the mask, Kamozi, gallery. I started attacking cathode ray at full speed, how I was barely moving at my maximum speed, they give me this, I finished it, I created avatars and attacked him with the help of hosts, the rakeage was very surprised, you'll see, because Fastov, he realized that Paris was chirping from this, they were also surprised by the essay, people and two shinobi were standing there talking about something, they were also Jinchuriki, killer bee, food. Without, look, he's also a Jinchuriki, how we exceeded a little more than mine, and Vasilenko is surprising, said Tori in the style of Rapana, I told you that the nine-tailed teacher Leona and he doesn't crush people because he got used to him, the fairy, we just create rivers and received that to fight a strong opponent, he was very exhausted and the area, he understood that he had no chance against this. Wigan said, okay, you won, let's do it, I'll sign it, thank you, the river. Wait knows this, I patted him down and it seemed like he didn't resist. You'll stand up for arrest. We don't mind, thank you, Igor. Okay, now I'll ask someone to open the doors. Marta waved to his friend. These went away in a couple of minutes. He ran up by the clouds and looked for him. Follow him. What Dabi led to Tenri. He was very surprised. According to the regulations, it had to be built in the mountain itself. And only he was from the balcony. They were constructing something. I said goodbye to you and went about his business. And the people and his friends went into the hotel to take it. Dying. Well, as luck would have it, there were only 2 rooms left, but nothing could be done. They went looking for their rooms. Okay, we're somehow overdoing it. Institute. And say, Guy, and in Chernomorsk. And you, I'm tired. Good night. Quickly, the guy went into the room and closed the door. Why go without? To the best. Fusai, you bastard, I'll have to sleep with me, or are you against stealing? The girl was looking for. Aldo, it wasn't visible under the mask. Okay, where will I go? The transmission attacked, too. Very people came inside from Oregon, they wanted to go to bed outside, it was already dark instead of inexpensive ones, accelerating, but this would be. The department in the room thinking and how it's better to toilet him on the floor and don't even think about sleeping halfway, you'll sleep with me, and you're not. Dying, normal cross like a tomato, the black-haired girl screamed, what's wrong with me? On the floor, not bad, not good, with a red face, Sky gives and some on this. Car to confession, the bed turns for 2 people, it wasn't a little cramped, I say goodnight, my beloved, the guy kissed the girl and hugged her, calm, my beloved girl was guys, she kissed him, after that the couple quickly began to hug each other, I mean, lack of sleep made itself felt the next morning, everyone was clear headed, they just boiled, they didn't start getting ready to set off, the Oka River personally escorted the ready-made people to leave the village and goodbye, I prefer to be ready in the troops, kill yourself, luck on the road in the country, on the ground, their commanders quickly ran, there was no fire on the ground, everyone was resting, not full of strength and had to make it in a day. I couldn't wait for the task to end, I sealed the Saints of Shursui. After that, I activated Karama, maybe at full speed, Parody Village, 5 hours passed, the guy unsealed his friends and didn't stand in front of the village entrance. The architecture of the trees is quite unusual and consists of structures similar to rocks and stones connected by a network of bridges. The Kage presentation is the tallest structure searched for, assembled under a roof, and has candy on the ground when, although, let Rihanna through under strict security, they checked the residence itself. After that, they met and went into an office where a lot of people had gathered. They had one shinobi stone with all this, a very small old man was sitting and watching, but he will be more often some village. Who are you and why did you come here? If you are from Konoha, if the ghost of Nahi himself is here, then it's interesting. And Kasama, we're almost inviting you to the exams, Chini. Yes, if you agree, then sign this scroll. We don't need to take part in this exam. Chico Ki began to form a dust-splitting technique in his hands, but I knew that it was just putting the technique on. He just folded his arms over his chest. He said something like, what do you do? From under the guy's mask, Jenga appeared. Well, more precisely, a thing for many. Sharingan. The old man is assigned an area. It's important. He created forces. These eyes have been around since time. And by giving this inclusion, the full Suzanen didn't kill the wall in the office. Kanakov's credits for calmly jumping out office and disappeared into the blacklists. They sat down, wiped themselves with a kunai that was already prepared in case of escape. I addressed 3. Fool for, shouted the master in Moscow Wolf, he himself, come on, now it will be rebuilt and the office was found by the girl. Okay, now we can go home, I'll teleport us all to Konoha, be very careful since Konoha is very far away and well, the captain cut his hands from. The flashes did not disappear on when Khan after the thief in the village, as always, the strength of the eternal guards and the close-up, they were sitting talking about something, I somehow ahead of knew you will play Black Flash from. The surprise they fell from the table in front of him, 3 guards appeared, they immediately understood who took it, they submitted, we are at home near the gates of Konoha, I am standing in the morning of people in masks, I look at my village and they are very happy to see it again after everyone ran, I need to hand in the mission report early. But both send Christine Chi to the Hokage's office while they ran they looked at the residence and saw many familiar faces, the Hokage's office The village Hokage sat by the ceiling, and the exam was coming soon, and she needed to prepare carefully. He was also thinking about the sauce. I've already had a week since everyone went to the BBC. The bloodhounds were already haunting her husband. And that the question of Naruto and Minato leaving had just started, covering her face. Rock. A bye. So, describe the problem. A flash appeared in the office, and the Hokage was a little confused. He saw those standing in front in the morning. I'm wearing 2 masks. Haha, and I want warm days, mission 3, 4, trees. And namely, sand, clouds, and water. They signed an agreement to hold the exam. The captain said, "It's cold." Twitter. Good. It was C3 villages. There are enough for holding the exam. You sleep. Frame of the royal blondie. Food. There was a rush to be sure, although availability is falling out. Having released, they agreed. What are the next reasons? There are no anchors, he's not there in a week before. I regret about Lake Bizer, plus, now. There are free places. The lights out beeped, the extinguishing was gone. Everyone went home, and they wanted to rest as quickly as possible for the next day. Morning miracle hair and a couple lay on the bed cycle all his the bell changes the sleep schedule but this bliss. And held on for a long time you someone knocked hard at the door soaring so that immediately woke up when he approached the door. Slightly opened I saw a dear person and what are you doing what are you going to do? Yawning said tight Perry girl seemed predatory pants and water. Angrily greedy and the girl forcibly looked plum pumped body and from this you have to blush and that one are still sleeping already 10 a.m. come on. Wake up turning your head the girl broke through yes after all the Hokage this week off and what else to do the guy said in a sleepy voice a little. They fall asleep on the go and he come on let's go what Leafy let's take a walk outside. The weather is just great this is passing by to get to the kitchen while I'm reaching. Girl what are you at home began to wait for the guy Bert quickly went his circle ready. For father and get myself in order after that did not go for a walk around Konoha today was really exactly the weather. The sun was shining on it was not too hot and Tacha and where are T2 and T they have been lying around for a long time yet in this not a video about mom said that Sasuke Omiya disappears for days racing I am training for the exam. Chini yes clear machine of the training ground I want to see their training a couple went to the verdict and was in the Chiha quarter when no one came they saw your genin who were training to get lost. Did not notice that they will not lead very happy about this there is a brother-sister released to train pumped up yours. Brought out with smiles will strengthen I would like to see your training and ask how the areas of technology that I gave Itachi went and sat down on a tree I began to watch them training after Miss Smile became the main thing, she began to form racing early when the technique was formed, it disappeared, we hands and girls had a blue ball, so the nipples put my right hand to his and began to form and giving when the technique was completely ready, you could hear from him as if the chirping of birds. Well done, quickly, but through steam, the technicians deserved praise for this, a couple lay down, red cloth came out, and fingers to the forehead, go and there they were very happy now quickly 50 laps around the field walking, you must be maximum strength century of the beginning of the exam. There is after when you began to burn, where did you go real lock leaning? Your head, many girls and I look in beautiful eyes enjoying each other there. Reflection I saw myself very strong love so you, like the girl, so day after day flew by I didn't have time to look back as a month passed a month later Kopex Hokage stood a lot of shinobi from the rank of the match no well this is Captain Football. Akagi was conducting instructions since many monsters will come today same villages and to watch him according to the main ones keeping order in the village posted Anbu in a ghost mask that his legs weren't against it. Everyone heard his Syrian people and there was no wiping again, they hung him up with a lot of responsibilities, I think. Everything is clear. If there are any problems, then contact the ghost or, in extreme cases, come to me freely. There are. Many shinobi shouted and they didn't disappear from the office, leaving the head of the village alone. A couple of hours later, vaginitis from different villages began to approach the village and they were accompanied by a couple of Giovannino Fokajin. Calls for executions of the Hokage and met the guests. He was glad that they didn't come. I, the Raikage, immediately wanted to carry out order. I refused with my friend at home because there was a lot of dialogue after everyone was taken to hotels and you were far away. GT then they said that tomorrow those who are participating are leaving and not coming to you in Office 301. All. The shinobi immediately went for a walk. The printer's Nokia one night for the beauty expressed itself and the comfort and tranquility was felt. Then. Everyone cerulean, while Nokia was not there, is brought in a duster outside and the next morning I was near the academy there were many and without. Giving them time they waited for the start and freeze. Kariv losses inside, then everyone at once ran to Office 301. Only experienced ones noticed that. Now it's not a real attack of TIC, but after all, I correctly rejected on the second floor. This obstacle came fortunately for the team, including the Mercian team. There were many participants in Office 301. There were familiar faces, all friends, and Sasuke. Too, almost. Here's the office. That's worse. What pleased the office was a man with a scar on his face. It was Becky. Rest 4. Benatar of the first round. Hello, Yubiki, the C on the examiner of the first stage, all. Networks on without that. Let's wait for 2 examiners. 5 steps lead to a landscape, a tall, dark-haired figure, Giuliano, it was. Glad he was asked to help in the first round, since he quickly saw something perfect, then. He writes off, hello, and I'm very Hadrat, page Venator, and in the foliage will come out in 10. Questions, century, you must answer them in the allotted time. I immediately say, he goes down and B and writes off, and you will immediately be disqualified, and in a very cold tone, he said, soaring, which almost everyone got goosebumps. Everyone was given fishing lines with questions, and everyone began to write this with the help of sharing this field. A lot of people of their audience remained no more than 40% of the previous crowd. Then everything went on as and while on all these questions came the authors and goods for death. Everyone who passed went into the forest of death, and the task was to get to the tower in the center of the hour, and after that, live Lenin. They gave out scrolls of Scandi on the earth or sky, and the task was to select the opposite of light. Some team then already heading to the tower when the gates opened, everyone ran into the thick of the forest. All 3 Dan would have been assigned to watch. People were watching the team's inversions to make sure they didn't do anything. And were very surprised. They defeated someone in 2 hours. The dog didn't take the scroll for themselves, after which they ran to the tower. They encountered many teams along the way, but they defeated them without any problems. At the end of the journey, they met the Sand team. It was Gariv. Forgive me, people. These are fairy tales. Hair. Jinchuriki. I shouted to the head of the guys. Rice. What is he talking about? Then, in my head, Paris looked at me, wondering what your income is like. He looks like he's banned. I was lying there, guy, and we lay down. A lot of people are standing there. Tell me what is terrorizing him now. It's clear to me, thanks to Karama. A couple of basketball players, as if watching what was happening, the Sand team didn't attack them, but only asked what kind of scroll. Nipples showed that they, too, were holy lands. Questioned, so not a bun, Lou. When it seemed that it didn't suit them at all, they simply left. Team number 7 continued to swim to the tower. In 2 hours. Prophet was the first and they congratulated them. They looked for and waited until everyone fell. About 5 hours passed. Missy, who survived with profit, the tower of assertive Babajanian, phrases of villages and cunning as the ocean. They wanted to see how they would fight. Ijin to Sir, for the purposes of Okadi, so that he would announce on through the battle in 10 minutes to the center. 2 flashes appeared to someone, and he pressed, then another black one. All the vizier, it was Hokage. On, and behind him stood an angel in a black mask, and everyone immediately realized that it was the famous ghost. They were surprised. After all, hello to everyone, a qualifying round will be held at this place. Since he has too much. We must select the best of the best. We depend on battles. The ghost will merge, if you are more precise. It's dangerous, they'll restore their muscles. You start looking at the scoreboard. Whoever you're up against, the visitors started fighting each other. About 4 hours passed. Both fought against each other, and yes, the fast one defeated Sasuke against Paris. Clouds, he suffered, too, and when Hoera was against you, he also suffered. Water, real, remained in the corners. It's not only curable, but the dog of this, yes, and what approached everything. She said. Everyone who won, to undergo this recipe, about it, it will take place in 5 days in the Konoha arena. Therefore, it's not the same as it should be. I came to the day and today is the day before Apply 3. The 3rd stage is held in the stadium in the stands, where everyone, my guest, such as the 4th, what a wild goat, what kind of Zuko Kian, gathered. The benefit of the family, everyone wanted to see at the base of the strongest, and without giving it, the genin came out in the center of the arena, didn't hear. The examiner, thank you, said who would fight whom with their children, worrying, they watched. The parent here, the nipples themselves, everything will be fine. Said Crystal, her woman, to her friend, how worried I am, should they let them in this exam, worrying. Rock girl, but baby, the son, everything will be fine, they trained very hard. Calmed down. The girl, worried, wiped them off. Come on, wash the ocean of relaxation. The girl with black hair was looking for something cool. Look, it's already started. She mixed up the gesture so the examiner could start. They were impatiently waiting for the rent. She was shaking from screams. So I'm running. At the beginning of the 3rd stage, the first fight, both of them were navigating against magic. Everyone left for the waiting area. Only these 2 remained. There are no rules in this market. Try to be with each other. I'm not used to it. It happens like this. I'll stage the fight and I'll consider it necessary. I said to the examiners, barely nodding. He responded in kind. Okay, then the exam crisis began. It should be edited, and Bakugan, both just turned around. So, give up. I won't hurt you. The president is trying to scare you with an exchange, and I'm not afraid of you. This is published in the series. The girl is seething with anger. Shadow cloning with live hands in print. Cloning before. About 100 quads appeared at the stadium. The book was confused and lost. It's not like you're glorifying him. He's very strong at close range. I have plans. A girl with red hair, 3 years old, rushed toward Jaya, holding her hand wherein even up to 3, up to 100, Sarajin, and threw them to Yuga, and Vihara oppressed him. He began to spin around his axis. I fight back. You dive in. Hands on all this. Ahaha, he said, and you want to become Hokage. We'll see about that. Wrap it up in the eyes of a rock girl, which really angered the guy. Technique where the organs are. He's hot. About baked goods. Come on, a huge ball of fire erupts from the mouth of the club. Only Luck smiled at this. Spinning techniques do no harm and we can play like this endlessly. We will give up, this is your last chance. I will still win you, just like that. Yes, guys, the player rushed, he flew along the treasures, you can get by without problems. The squirrel. For years, but the chakra was fierce, now only you remain. Let's start, the guy shouted. And ran, the girls, and they fought for a long time, but there was no good. Having dropped it, he will be found. He couldn't even give it to them. It's tired and 64 blows of heaven, the guy shouted and began to quickly. Such a girl, points, circulation of the edge, the girl fell to the ground, couldn't even move. Phew, it was difficult and good opponent, but you can't defeat me, plugs. The guy said, even with the most defining, you say, mortar, rock, girl, didn't disappear, opened it, I didn't even have time to come, as from behind and on the ground I jumped out, a girl who had in her hands the city's sun and the cash register, both hit his back. She distinguished herself and get him. Yes, everyone was shocked by this technique for a minute, he just watched and was glad that I learned it. He also watched the fight, smiling, but it was invisible under the mask. A girl, approached the guy. She said calmly and said, nobody here has lost since the hall's release, which made the guy even more angry. He couldn't become like, for some reason, the clan was weeding. It hit him, not understanding what happened. He asked for a sword because I gave him half my chakra. You didn't notice that you were a fruit. The deck, but not the chakra. It was like mine. How is this possible? A wheezing sound in his voice. Water asked, and for make a man, bend everything with a large amount of chakra. I know everything. Replace the leaves. He said. Pair, after which you learned body parts. Silence fell upon us, and then there was a burst of applause. The winner of the first Namikaze battle, Ami of Konoha village, went through the 3 stages of the exam. The streets of the village were packed with a minimum of people, and it was as if everyone had died out, because half the people were watching the fight between him and the shinobi, and the rest of the stadium was filled with shouts and applause. Everyone was congratulating him on his victory. The Hokage was very happy for his daughter and smiled like never before. Kuchina was jumping for joy and luck, safe and sound, and she even won. I passed away. The girl was very happy with her victory. He was very tired and decided to go see his friends to rest. All the friends were very happy for her. They didn't congratulate her on her victory, but her best friend just came up to her and hugged her. Only saying, well done. The girl blushed deeply, but that also made her very happy. A couple of minutes later, silence reigned in the stadium. Everyone was waiting for the second fight. The examiner didn't play with people's patience and began announcing 2 fights. The second fight would begin, and Konohamaru, Sartoria, and Charger would fight in it. They were in the stadium again, shouting. Son, the goalkeepers of the fight, Moravia, who? She ran across the battlefield, followed by his opponent. He had short tufts of blue hair and dark eyes, as well as sharpened Dracula fangs, which is a common feature. Everything flowed from the members of this Swordsman of the Mist, their students, when the resonator announced the start of the battle, and your opponent crouched down. The capital, they checked, so the other leg, Mara's leg, was noticeably losing to mine. He had the least combat experience. I calmly said that his movement again, actions for the period after 20 minutes of dancing. Konohamaru was defeated. He had significantly battered the enemy. He was still too weak. The winner of the second battle. 4 from the fog. Please, medics, take the injured. The arena went broke again. Screams. People applauded the winner, but not all loved ones were upset with the loss. Sham, especially. The guy's friends, although Barrier showed excellent results for his age, simply lacked experience in battles. Everything proceeded as per the canons at night, only a couple of additional battles were added since there were more participants. The last battle will take place, and Sasuke Uchiha from Abakan will participate in it. Garai. After the announcement at the center, everyone was eagerly awaiting the miracle of the participants. And my son, the head of the Uchiha clan, was only standing there. Jamal was worried about the pig's hiccups. These were the bills, which were even tougher. They were worried about one old wall, but they didn't expect anything delicious. He tried to calm and cheer everyone up, and they discussed the upcoming fight. They also wanted to see you, Uchiha. The examiner announced the start of the fight, and the nipples jumped away from the opponent. He didn't like it yet. Two pandas, Katya said, did I almost kill the hobbit? Everyone died with a zemstvo smile, and why did the guy get goosebumps from these words? Everyone close to him began to worry even more. People really didn't like it. His blood was all directed at young Chekhov at the same moment. Nipples begins to attack, guys with what quickly to bypass the written check of the country reminiscent of combat force, tired of waiting for the attack of the mountain. Sasuke Uchiha attack there. He develops very high speed, applies these targets, and this speed of style seems to copy his boy, who I almost killed. Does not watch him and hit the abilities of the stream. How to even explain that you are any hand? Did I copy nipples? Yes, will get years. Your sand is too slow, you cannot defeat grief. Hit itself. Groping sand was not ready to kill Sasuke while he is trying to break through the defense. I realized that it is not so simple. Will make nipples step what to prepare his, and so he nipples from wanted away for strength into the arena and fold seals. For this is the same technique that gave Naruto. Kakashi was very surprised, from which I learned, then remembered the people and understood everything. We will read and Sid or imitation of speed. Whether I nipples attack Karen and break through someone's sand. I am surprised, and spectators with wandered not only to break through the absolute defense of the mountain but also to injure him. From a quiet sound was heard from the dome. It warms, because the Surar and had never been wounded, and he saw his blood, nipples, starting body, his hand, and began to wait what the path would be next, after which the monster's paw would appear. The chance of the list crumbles. There was a sight, she said, and with the IS-3 list, everyone was shocked and horrified by this. His aura frightened all the people of Konoha. For some reason, he was also scared. It was still not enough that he was big. How he got out on roads, speed, ran at the guy. Sasuke didn't expect such speed. I won't be able to react to this. He will get it. He swung with his sharp fangs. Go faster, give help. But they didn't have time. Everyone thought that Fugaku would be buried here, but suddenly a black flash appeared behind the guy. Nipples only felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and he disappeared. All this happened in a couple of seconds and no one understood what happened. Instead of teaching a style bar in a black mask, people realized it was a ghost. Everyone sighed with relief. Code, and this is what, and again they thanked the people of food. Who is where? Uchiha, I eat him. Ozerski, the guy shouted to people from his Kiev. Flokina. Calm down, safety, and you won't be able to kill him. Sal, ladies, vaping from the observation deck, led to the hookah. He wanted to calm him down, but it didn't work. There's a mountain. Narcissus rushed towards you, then I'll kill you. The guy with the masks was just standing there. When he ran close enough, it seemed like the great magicians of Goering were dragging a plump Susanna under the mask. She reached her hand. The mountain made two loud words. You're too weak. 1. Tails. What's wrong? Get some sleep. After these words, the guy approached. Harry. I didn't put my hand on my head. Suppression from. With these words, a seal appeared on the couple's head, and he began to scream loudly. His sand cover began to disappear. He connected himself. Everyone looked at the guy with downcast eyes. He could so easily neutralize him by the river. It became even more interesting, also under the mask of a Cossack. Kiev thanked him profusely. The couple only nodded and black flashes disappeared. That's exactly how the guy will come. What's his name? He's from the Uchiha clan. The tanned man asked with interest. I'm also interested. He's so strong, not like the team. The Mizukage asked, sorry, I can't tell you. He himself asked me about this hall. He sighed, after all, people had been waiting for centuries, not understanding what would happen next. They didn't start screaming. After that, we need to give the examiner a lawsuit that he's free. He turned to everyone and said, sorry for this turn of events. On this, 3, this is finished. In a couple of days, we'll draw a picture in this. Call. Tunnen. Thank you to everyone who came. The people began to applaud and slowly, do you want a sofa? Everyone was very happy. But how do shinobi fight? What kind of shinobi went to the hotel, but we had to give it to them, since we shouldn't return to our home villages the next day. The Hokage went to his relatives who were sitting in their places. Minato, where Naruto and Sasuke were. I worriedly asked about his, and also about the woman. They felt the wind. It disappeared. Sasuke, too, I don't know. They looked at the infirmary until everyone shouted in chorus at the green fields. They weren't standing there. They were talking about something. Narrator, answer, Czar, I'll learn complex techniques. Well done, Ashen, you showed yourself at an excellent level. Metro, I trained, thank you, brother. Everything thanks to you. He shouted harshly, soaring, okay, we have to go. And that feeling is already worrying about us. After which the people approached the guy and the statue with 2 fingers to the forehead. Then a black flash appeared. The Scythian server returned and saw the standing nipples. It was like I'm returning him safe and sound. After which the woman ran up and started hugging the sedan. She was very worried about him since he almost died. And thank you, people, son, are you okay? The woman asked with concern in her voice. Yes, a couple of scratches from nothing more. Okay now. Let's go home, Mika-tan said, the residents. And in the Hokage's office, that deliveries had begun for everyone. He was glad that nothing had happened during the exam. He appeared in the office, Aladdin's brothers. Strength, seeing the holes, as things were going in the village. Nothing suspicious at first. Everything's fine. Here's my account. What else do you want me to do? No, you've just done a lot. You can go free. Everything I'm calling you is there. The guy shouted. It wasn't lost. Black rushed, and he immediately moved to allow it. Kinahan was about to take off his equipment. He went for a walk around Konoha. I'm walking now. He got bored and decided to call someone. Namely, this guy came to the Uchiha family's house and knocked. The door opened for him. When I mean, London, so Atacha, passing by, honestly, the kitchens. Smiling, the woman said thank you to the couple, after which he sulked and didn't go into the house. He, sorry, went straight to the kitchen, and there he saw them drinking tea and dragging, which couple greeted him. They invited him. Narita, I thank you for saving Sasuke, for nothing. I, as a younger brother, was looking for a brunette hourly, annual, and why did you come? What happened for your interest? The girl said, and before, I came for you, don't you want to go for a walk? It's boring. Of course, now I'll change in a flash. Buy a hood. The girl, after all the parents gathered, was looking for distant and spacious victories for children, to calm her nerves a little. A huge lotta would have been on her. On the street, evening economics wanted a lot of people, everyone was celebrating the end of the exam. Start before Amos, Askai's, Tyrion, evenings, Kurama on Naruto, Itachi. Holding hands, walking around the village, but this car Goku Kogen theirs. A great view now, but let's go. Who's went to Goku Kogen? When they got there I saw a beautiful sky. It had a lot of stars and in the middle was a huge banana and such a mesmerizing wind. From here you can see the whole of Konoha out the window, and I told you for a great view. Hugging steam low girl. Yes, it's very beautiful here, but not like you. I was looking for a guy, after which I kissed the girl sat for a long time talking about something, but all good things come to an end. Sunny Konoha was amazed by both beauty and grandeur. It became even more beautiful. Zagat, after all, after the end of the Chunin exam, passed the city. During this time almost nothing has changed. People lived peacefully, otherwise fell in love with the apartment, taught its residents as always he did with his team, a couple in the composition of lenses, varnish, porridge, not captain. At this time oriented younger brother and sister Sasuke gave out, I'm flying, I won't give you either. They showed an excellent result on the exam and fully deserved over the name, but it did not spare them and drove to the fullest that the shadows fell in marriage. Let's and not were sleeping, and the enemies won't wait for you to rest. Let's do 10 more laps and then a break. I saw there were young people shouting about opium, which almost made me demand a barracks. Not everyone could handle the training. Toru. Maybe they'll be demoted. This will have to be carried. This is in my case. These guys were enlightened. A beautiful female voice was not hers. She hugged the guy. People and immediately became like, who is this? Did you come to watch their training or did something happen? Turning around, the guy looked straight into the girl's eyes. No, everything's fine, the girl said with a strained smile, not interrupting, and looked away from the guy. Okay, I trust you, but if you say anything, I'll help as much as I can. He's seriously soaring. I came to you on business. He's calling as an agent for a new mission, but I don't know which hand. Okay. Let's go. It's been a while since the ocean has been like this, maybe something interesting will come across. That's enough for today. You can be free and nothing. Planitia shouted to the students, because this is wonderful, doing, and then they fell. Letters, an interval, a guy and a girl, slowly, Boats and Nokia, Christine, all the people, like goosebumps, walked to their homes in a pair. There was a task for his girlfriend. He doesn't understand what's wrong with her. I'm always happy, always smiling. And now she was depressed about something. Backgammon. He didn't ask her questions. He understood perfectly well when to cut. It's none of your business. The residents appeared on the horizon. The guys were very interested in why you were called, and they hurried inside. It was dark in the office, and uranium and the goods came from the Hokage. He was very puzzled by something. I don't know how to solve this problem. His best friend Fugaku Uchiha, even in terms of mood, but there was a knock on the office door and someone entered. Yours, whose? Guy didn't understand what had happened to everyone today, and she wasn't even herself yet. These two, how do I allow it, and something happened. The guy looked cold, the planer wasn't visible, which really thought, well, yes, people, and you have a messy rank. I immediately say that you don't send anyone else, and I decided to send you with what, home, you won't be enough, okay, so what are your problems? No, everything is fine. I don't worry, and now you can be free, and I'll come out tomorrow. A lot of Messer NGS, I advise. He released Blondie Aina. After that, you're almost quasi on. It was that maintenance. They wanted to quickly complete the tasks and return back near the gates of the village. Two of them, they were checking their equipment. Let them send the country of rice fields to kill the naked bandits who robbed caravans, according to Naruto's calculations. Who should they be? Half a day passed. 2 people. In masks. Well, you had a reaction on the way. It seemed like a village based on the chapter. They were accepted, looking for a target to eliminate. After half an hour, they saw shelters near the cave itself. Bandits began to surround Anakin. For experience, Khan wouldn't have been a problem. They quickly began killing one of the Strugi. Everyone in the cave heard the noise of the battle outside, but there were more. Dex rank guides. Someone raised such a noise when leaving the caves. He was looking for a nuke Neen. After that, he saw a picture of many corpses and blood. After him, there was a second selection of ghosts. But why are you the one who sent you? Maybe we should make a reservation. He said in his usual voice, hovering. He understood that it wasn't you who was living against him. Let's agree on a plot. Rob is cold, someone is a guy in a ghost mask, and he quickly ran at the enemy. What's wrong with Nokia? The body, the head, the people, and this is what they quickly cleared out. Caves and went back to the village. The head of them needed to be told that there was no more danger. Now about the waters they can safely go to the village and not fear for their lives, and the villagers were very happy with such news, after which the headphones went off the veranda. The village was already getting dark, but 5 stopped the city. Everyone was wondering what happened. The village and the holy couple, they were on a mission, they didn't talk normally. The guy decided to get up and say, VRN, a 5-minute break, here's a clearing, we'll rest there, and seriously, to the VAZ ghost, and 2 in mask stopped. The girl took off her mask, Zion, grass, but I didn't look into her eyes and saw only pain and worry. Thunder in my head was sounding the alarm, and since I felt emotions, and this is how to tell what happened, you don't look like yourself. I seriously shackled the hovering and at the same time worrying. Nothing happened, everything is fine, I just build a good rock, as cheerfully as possible. The girl is not the time, I can see in the eyes that something happened. You don't trust the elites, the guy said coldly. What are the girls like? Mackerel eyes and middle threads, and completely trusting. I just don't know what. To me the brunette was looking for a cloak. The village was counting on it. He trusts her, and at the same time, he's worried. The guy approached her and sat hugging her until she calmed down. So, what happened? Can I tell you if anything happened? The guy was looking for girls on the tower, and yesterday they told me that the deck of sneezing wants to make a coup in Konoha. Clans confirm this, since no one is going to do this in the clan. The rock girl, in a wormy voice, looks at the guy's eyes. What's the problem? Because the benches are water. He denies it, but the elder is involved in this, and they want to set up a plan to get the living thing. She's with me, you'll come. The excitement is getting. Father agrees, but he doesn't want his treasure to be there, just like she can't do anything. The whole elder in the country, Danzo. Means Danzo, he didn't really like our first meeting. Don't be afraid. We won't let you destroy what's inexpensive. Hugging the rock girl, she hovered, then pressed hard. I'm filming, but how will you do this? You won't be able to convince me otherwise, and no one will listen. The memory of the plan will greatly help the village calm down. I did everything after that. I kissed the girl and hugged her. I, the shinobi, rested and ran on. The village people settled. I thought about the problem, how should I solve it? He couldn't lose his home and the people dear to him. The next morning she was almost attracted. Why the hell did you go and hand over the mission yourself? Father sent the Skoda home. She wasn't in the best condition while the guy was running through the village. 6 will take place, and he ran away with these guys. In the office, as I sat, the blonde man was giving something. But he can't do everything. He just put it on, but he doesn't see any other way out. And if it's 10. His dancing for the load met his thoughts were interrupted by the NBA Minato who appeared. Happy to see his son, but he never called him his father. Mind, hockey playing. Messy, successful, I understand, birds, loves them, coldly said the guy, and passed on. The Saints of Sochi, there, well done, now I'm in this for you. The task is allowed to start only no later than night, but he didn't understand why they should give him the task today. They want him about the village so that it doesn't interfere. He was filled with anger, he wanted to kill these bastards, not eat Hokage-sama. You can go, happiness, Hare was looking for, but why Minato was even scared. Boots, freedom, she went for it, the range was changed. And I take of Konoha, picked up another walk around the village to enjoy her, abandoned her, went to pee on Mazya-on. The head won and began to think what to do. He sat like that for a long time. He was hungry, and the guy remembered his favorite thing, but it went couture, and who is there, style, and his friends Kakashi, they were cheerfully talking about something about Nino Rota, joined in, not eating and saying already it was getting dark. The guy walked toward the house and touching her. He wanted to see her and say goodbye, because he was on a mission. After a 10-minute walk, he entered a portal about those there, as always, lively with people. The guy approached the house, patronymic, familiar chakra, brother, conceived, the door opened for him, otherwise, why was she happy? See, immediately throw a hug. We entered the house. The family made Uchiha and ate. They were talking about something. This is a gift. He realized that for centuries he knows nothing about focus. The matter is something. She thought he gives such a thing. He is so on. To visit, the river began with a smile. The woman asked, so that? Combining why such and such is sad and worried. She asked. He showed off. I came to say goodbye. I have a new mission. Cut a rock. He stuck to it. And the mission is for a long time. Maybe it's complicated with worry. Mikoto asked. She didn't want to eat it. Something happened. I don't know. He will forgive Acha, but I can't allow my good friend to die. The guy said in a sad voice, after which he disappeared in a black flash. Everything in the picture is the understanding that it was only Fugaku Itachi. Everything is in the picture. The understanding that it was only Fugaku Itachi. Everything is in the picture. The understanding that it was only Fugaku Itachi. Everything is in the picture. They understood. The girl clenched her fists and began to cry. He lowered his head and was silent. The cats and cats from the tree were perplexed as to what was happening. The guy teleported to the puzzle. He would have to find equipment. Let him appear in the comet. Hokage Minato didn't expect to see him and was a little confused. This is a quick, simple bar so that they wouldn't be listened to. Darth. What's going on? Why the barrier? The blonde shone with interest and incomprehension. What kind of person I am. I know everything. I don't have time to explain. I saw the elders as a huge problem for this village. What are you doing to us? You won't be able to return to the village anymore. But I don't want my girlfriend to suffer. I destroyed the dear world of people. I swore to my grandfather that I would protect him when. I understand you, but you just came back and now you want to again. I clench my fists, the blondes rocks. Yes, it will be better this way, and in the future, I want to join Akatsuki. I will be confiscated. We're okay. Please stay. We live well. Father, after that, the item disappeared. In a black rush. He sat for a minute with his eyes downcast. He might have been surprised that Naruto called her father, but at the same time, he was very Zala himself for his weakness. Some elders decide for him. The guy quickly ran to the root base. He had been there before. His conscience was overwhelmed. He quickly ran to the extreme village, because that's where the base was located. After the entrance, there were guards in the middle of patrols, and as if you were keeping something valuable for the guy. You weren't. Why people found out the seals that are on the root people? I didn't want to kill them. The monk quietly tore out the guy. He made his way to the very bottom of the smoking base. It was located very deep underground. In the dance office, being there, but he took advantage of the fact that he wasn't noticed. I calmly entered the office and stayed too long. He wrote something when he was leading, then he came in, he was very scared. Sean, Ghost, what do you need? You have to be on a mission, the old man said in a cold tone, nervously clutching the copy to the back behind you. This is your last one in this world, and you can no longer do whatever you want. The guy is in a movie where both the old man and the people turned out to be you for him. I didn't even expect this and didn't lay a hand on him after they didn't disappear in a flash, people and moved. This translation, there is more space to fight, channel 1 unlocked, Sharingan from Tanak, some village, pumped up, what an old man, and why the guy is even more successful. Well, come on, try it, I want to see what you're capable of, I'm waiting impatiently. After these words, people, and you turned on the thing, you Manjikyu Sharingan, and then began to examine your hand, which was bandaged in the city, seeing that everything, the hand is covered in width for years. After he opened his plan, a crowd of eyes, this and the Sharingan niche, his only eyes, I guys see this, he was simply furious, he was filled with evil, he was already imagining when he would clean up in agony. It's worth starting falling to the guy, just meeting the number easily dominated him until he was losing badly. The guy was fast, definitely tore into this straight heart, and that's all you're pathetic, Danzan, on the bellies of the Institute dog, the guy says, as his body disappeared, and the back passage, or the word of technology, on this quickly, eternally Gershwin of the city, and turned on, and the face of the garden, with technology. Couldn't do anything, the garden of the spirit, honor, this turned from seeing Tselikov, the old man, but I didn't understand how he squeezed, and no, you couldn't throw the kinder because his eyes are the strongest, dear ones, to the task of closing one eye, don't rip everything, I understood. So, it's clear, you're unlucky with your legs, that I'll be your opponent. After these words, I quickly pressed the attack on the old man. I Nerda hit him with all my strength into the tree, then moved to the mark that I put on the dance floor and lay there unable to move from the blow. How did you get behind him? A brand appeared, but I put it on his head with my hand. And said the seal technique. Right for the lucky ones from this technique. A pentagram appeared all over his body. And a storm appeared. His Sharingan began to close around the house. The haircut lay there, and he couldn't move. What have you done to me? Don't kill. Attach. They were old man, don't kill. You're heading straight to hell. You couldn't do anything, even though the seal suppresses chakra. I'll be back. Kill the old man. First, he cut off his hand. For years after recording your scroll, the guy played with the old man for a long time about the council, his katana, and there was time, and one with a bang, he chopped off his head. He brought the head into his hand with the help of that, and once the burn, the network mother was ported, that becoming by this for after he put the old man's head. I got it. I started looking for the hiding place. After 5 minutes of running around the entire office, I reached the painting and sat down, but the seal was sealed. I had a guy, it seemed like just papers, they sealed the name of Darth, he quickly hid it and all the evil deeds began. There are the elders' umbrellas, the village, sealed it with a scroll, or asked to go to the village. There are still 2 targets left, home, Reika, Sharon, Paris, Senator. I quickly figured out the others in my own house. I lost my character. What was that? Last time? Look, just at night, I even wanted to go. She heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw this. What are all the tears? Itachi. What are you doing? It's too late. You can Perrine. They're afraid of the law. You'll shoot your family dead on scale. My Moscow, and now I've done it. Now they'll declare you not at home. Saying, I hug the guy. The girl, I want this to live peacefully with her family and I'll be away from them. There will be many problems. Now it will be easier. Everything in the village is my family. I can't live without you. The girl was looking for tears, determined, hugging the guy. I can't live without you either, but I'll be back soon. I promise. On. The guy said in a quiet voice, stroking the girl's head with his hand. Okay, wait. After the girl kissed the guy, their kiss lasted a very long time. For nothing, it was a hunting stick, but it's time for me. Goodbye. I was looking for a couple. Disappear in a black flash. Goodbye. He walked through the forest, hovering, hair the color of a raven's wing. He was thinking about something. After his crime, it wasn't that long. Only 3 days. During these 3 days, many people learned about the death of the third elder, finding the roots of the garden. But I was more surprised that the killer was himself under the laws. His name is Uchiha. People, like all the villages, wanted to get a Chihuahua. I'm a Sharingan bearer, but everyone saw his power perfectly well. It wasn't problematic. The guy had only one goal, and that was to join the Akatsuki organization, but I didn't know where to look for them. This guy had a task for the whole world, a huge one, but a small person. People decided to ask their best friend for advice. I can say that it's always fun. I'll take off the very birth of Karaman. I'm sorry I woke you up, but somehow there, from where the bowl of those renegades is, the guy asked with an indifferent face, without looking into Lissav's eyes. Let's look for them. No need, they'll soon give you their own. He muttered discontentedly. The leaf shows that he was sleeping. Why aren't they coming for me? With a misunderstanding, the guy from the bowler hat, what, but not, __, and also the machines of your generation are considered. You are now a renegade from the S+ rank on par with the batteries. They shouted from. He was very angry at the guy. Because he woke him up, and then he's also stupid. Echo is sorry, percentage, go day and sprint. Dog on Zack, they are so simple from the end and I had to run to a wave. Scratched his head, muttered, rest. Always be alert with you, the whole world is now hunting seriously, Scolari, one of our comfortable sleeping position. Yes, you're right. Now I have a date for a quiet life. I wonder how the others are, the guy said thoughtfully, without leaving his subconscious. 3 days ago, the center of Konoha, a strange street, all the shinobi were gathered, and civilians, for their own interests, almost. See what will happen. Everyone was watching on the roof of the building, the residences. The ocean itself, there were many people, and the Hokage himself, on the shinobi, people didn't yet know what happened last night. It was that navigation, part-time, the Fourth Hokage, on. It interfered with everyone leading into the load. They also came to listen to the family watching and the family, Nami, Kadia, Ami, Nipples, they didn't yet know the reason for such a gathering. The others perfectly guessed what the conversation would be about, and it didn't make them happy. A minute, I'll strengthen my hairy one so that everyone can hear. He began to speak. Thank you for everyone coming. I think you're wondering why I gathered everyone. Last night, a tragedy occurred for the entire village. I pumped up the blondes. Why? Was everyone tense and suppressing everything? What happened? Everyone was on guard. Did anyone think a war had started or someone had a drink from the top? The village, you love 3 station villages, 1 measure on gloomy, so 1 yes, for Shimura to Harwood from A to Z, alive fists from anger. Minato, in all appearances, was unhappy with what happened. No, he was born, now you have become, after all, he is now not at the start. A spoke in the wheel. He was for himself that he could not protect his son from this, sending him to a secret mission to spy on Katsuki. From these words, all the civilian shinobi were shocked, and in everyone there was only one thing in their heads. The elders were very strong shinobi experiences, and Danzo was a student of the second Hokage. They won't die so easily. I was watching all this. What? She knew perfectly well who it was and was just looking at the sky to calm you down. Bored, I wanted to kill the guys for his actions, but he took such a step. But I was also very worried about him. Why are you so worried? Didn't Dad tell you that they weren't bad people? A pink-haired girl said in a quiet voice, rolling pins, and I only heard the Uchiha family and the jug, but no, I am not worried about them at all. Now you know everything yourself, the woman said in a sad voice. We're looking at her husband. The children only interested her more than the problem, which Mikoto understood perfectly well, but the tattoo would have killed him. Itachi wanted to go for the people, but his parents dissuaded Ian from this. It was even worse in my soul, just sitting and waiting for him to return. They were killed by an unknown person. This is a paladin from the captains of Angola. Call sign Ghost, real Uchiha, not Radian, he shouted in one breath. The man lowered his head from these words. This was received for a couple of seconds. From these words there was shock. But his face, a dead silence lit up. Didn't they just think about why he was the most revered shinobi of his generation? His friend's sister, his adopted brother, were the most shocked. Avi fell to her knees and burst into tears. She understood perfectly well what would happen to him now. Sasuke just stood there, staring at one point and didn't understand the reason. But he watched this whole picture. His finger, covered with grease, was cleaning itself. Obito was more or less on his own. He stood there, painted his own hair. If he's not stupid, then she's up to something. The Hokage understands it. You have to go ask him about everything. The boy stood there with a thoughtful expression, looking at the seeds removed. In the end, why did he do this? After all, he'll now be declared a criminal. The son of the head of the Uchiha clan stammered, "Go home." He knew what he was getting into, and there were special reasons for this. The man spoke coldly, his necklace, open yours. Mushinova Fugaku wasn't stupid and also understood that he had his own plans while everyone was slowly recovering from the shock. It's not every day that they announce something like this. The Hokage gathered his courage and continued his speech. He wanted to portray the people as criminals as plausibly as possible, so that there would be no doubt about the crimes. I declare Chiha, the people, a renegade of Konoha, a rank S+. He should be sent to Konoha. If that doesn't work, he'll be killed on the spot. He's a Hokage. He should be pumped up to surprise them even more, because the S+ rank was only given to tax collectors. This isn't the end of the meeting. That's all I wanted to say. You can drink freely. Rocks. Before and after. The man didn't disappear. There was a yellow flash, but I wanted to be in the 90s. Think about what happened. You know. The shock slowly subsided. Two families began to disperse. Some went straight home, while others went to the bar to drink to calm their nerves. Uchiha, we went home, wanted to take a break from this news, and Touch decided to go to Gorokoveya, where we didn't often sit together on Zerakai. The Hokage was hiding from the roof of the house. A strange creature was needed. It looked like a cactus. A person, and as Tas began to disappear, appeared on the roof of the house and only said, "Excellent, and we'll need it." The country of waves ran through the forest at full speed. The guy ran, jump at high speed along the tree branches. He wanted to get to the country of waves as quickly as possible, and his friend was there. I was hoping for help when he ran to the border. He saw thick fog. The view was disgusting. What was I counting on? The guy, now die. Hide this. I'm looking for everyone. I was feeling very tired. You know, I hope he won't mind a guest like me, because I've become even more popular now. I gave myself hope. The black-haired one jumps to the trees. Home will be very happy. How much you helped him then? A voice was heard. The subconscious. I hope so. And are you already awake? Sleeping Beauty with a smile. Then about the arena, she shut up. You started the mess yourself now. Owls, get out of it, pumped up your subconscious, whether from Crimea, was in the east. Committing a river, a couple, can easily do something, but not envy, and so you yourself. Know that once this would have happened, these, __, could not continue your evil with anger, basement, hovering, did not want to waste any more time on this topic. Okay, I agree with him, focus on, you will soon arrive at the place, and the voice said seriously to the head, to which the guy became serious after a couple of minutes of running. People saw that very bridge, a ghost. His immediately on stilts, memories quite recently, here he fought at home with swordsmen, there she thereby helped team. Number 7, still with the builder, the east, ordinary people wanted caravans. The guy quickly ran across the bridge to the village itself, and while there was thick fog outside, steep past the baron noticed many permitted by traders since the husband was built, and now children began to come here in crowds with their goods. Einar, this is empty, look at the thick notice board, come here and break off in portraits, would you interfere with recognizing you? A voice was heard in the head, a faithful friend. He won't advise nonsense. Well, I'm doing it now. The master is doing it step by step. The guy has questions on the sand. When he got there, he saw his sweet river and only one inscription was spoiled. Deliver, when Hong was at least 5 places. And when the work was done, the couple ran along the street. He remembers that he was in his house. A lot of people were entering the street. He decided to run along the alleys near Dart. He almost reached their house, but A woman's scream was heard at the end of the alley. The guy sped up even more when he ran to the cricket. He saw a woman he knew. It was before. Yes, I am here. He urgently needed help. Well, some guys threw in some knowledge with something not quite right. Intentions, but itis let me in, please don't touch me, fought. Back in short, the girl, what men even stronger concealment scream how much it happens at you, no one will hear, that is not owed. A small amount and now you will work it off, I'm only Veronica girl's man, thereby starting with him 8 clothes. For all this I'll come people even blah ready to rage and throw. I apologize for disturbing you, this girl is under my protection, this will touch her path firmly, said the guy. United light years and cause off the charts, even Karama covered the side feeling when tempo again shield cases. Earth eat turn, said the man when he leads, who said this almost said that not following his example followed the second, but he only managed to say, admits where you are from here, please don't kill us, you paid a lot of money, almost passed, we didn't know what your friend. Fell on his knees the man. The authors began to run to punish him, struck the guy lights, then caught fire with a black flame allocated to the man, a death rope such how you don't deserve to live, say thank you for the fact that your death will not be so painful, with great power, said the black-haired man, cutting off Tanya's head. The girl was watching all this. Her face showed many emotions, from fear to joy, and since she was saved, it was you on RTAS, but why are you here? The girl said. The guy hugged her and began to console her. His head had only one thought, God forbid. You know, there would be no living space left in the guy's tatch from the guy if the girl saw the guy standing in the fire. Familiar bones, and the woman, and oh, no, pull you out, her heavy hand, maybe you didn't mean to kill her, she looks a bit like everyone, they put the mixture here on the head. And why did the guy become even more afraid for his beloved? How can you not see whether you need to be saved or not? A blizzard, the guy said with a smile, and the girl calmed down a little. No, thank you, I just didn't expect to see you in such a place, and also you are a criminal of Jasper's rank. The girl said with interest, letting go of her mustache, they will hurt her, hug me. Somehow they were upset. I came and needed your help. If you don't mind a guest like me, of course. Scratching his head, he said. Of course you don't mind. Have you helped the ladies many times? Let's go, do you think they'll be only too glad to see you? He spoke tenaciously. From the tsunami, taking the guy by the hand and leading him to the builder's bridge. To the last village, there was a medium-sized one. Nothing had changed in a year. We were very glad to meet the old Kostian who helped the village and the family. When yours approached the house, they went inside and Brand followed the girl into the kitchen, and since he was very I'm hungry, I met another family member, the father indicated in the kitchen, an elderly man. It was as if knowing his mood, it wasn't very good, to put it mildly, lousy. What were you thinking? Because of 2 idiots. He was in your condition. Con, this one, he took a small amount of money, I won't return it on time. Now they don't ask for 3 times as much, I'll crush him. His daughter's voice interrupted him. Something else. A familiar voice, reminded him of how she brought him to 10 and 2 kinds of shooting. Enmity with himself, everything is fine, it must be brought to, then let her refuel herself with something. When they entered the kitchen, the old man saw him, someone helped them, and now the village is thriving. It was Uchiha Naruto himself. Naruto, and how did you end up here? A washout and misunderstanding saved. I know what it's like to be a ghost. She sees you, you were expecting passion, this is us, well, run for help, I came, I need a couple of days, grandfather, to rest, I'll feel the back of my head, the guy said, and he rushed around, that he wouldn't be thrown out of the house, he forbade it. With a crime, collapse, of course, sit down at table, have a snack, we will be very happy with such company, but why did you become a pillar of the village and all the people are now talking to you about Dad, Steve said. The old man gestured for him to sit at the table, but this is only an option, I don't want to talk about it, I will say one thing. Elders and all these bad people, I only want to get rid of rotten people in the village. The guy said out of anger and the countdown of evil realized that I shouldn't have touched on this topic. Well, I understood the prices, how did you get children in? Nothing happened in the country. These words, the girl almost dropped the plate on the floor and, noticing this, ran away. You are worried. Everything is fine, I can only say something. Your daughter was attacked by two idiots and wanted to do, you know what, and quickly cleaned up because such people should not exist in this world. The guy began calmly. The old man was even more surprised because the problem solved itself. Thank you people. And then you helped me many times too. I don't know how to thank you. I was looking for a cast. I know he was very happy because he helped him. He doesn't need anything. I'm very glad. If you'll excuse me, then here, a couple of days of this journey is quite a bit of searching. Accepted. A plate with a novel was placed before his face, and with the quartz, I tried to cook the best ramen. And when you ever cooked, life's motto is, as much as you want, we won't mind the mixture, the old man sentenced. Their growths were put forward. Moms, I'm at home in the kitchen. I came in, grown-up outfit, and why was the boy very surprised to see your famous one sitting in your kitchen? It's impossible, but a ghost. You're cool, but for some reason, here, the boy said in a surprised voice. His expression amused those present. Hello, harem, I'm visiting you for a couple of days, from a guy. Fighting such a short period of time, the guy said sweetly, and his expression amused him. Cool, Naruto himself will live with us. The boy pumped up his height. And why is everyone already closed, and keep it quiet? No one, the same, you know. I live here, now have feet, and I understood, he said, gives, and the motorcycle immediately calmed down. Yes, I understand, he said. I haven't seen you at the rocks with a smile. Boy, how are the others doing? I would like to see the third Sasuke again. They became my friends. Stepka, the boy asked, why are you so busy? He also wanted to see everyone. Everything is fine with them. You both have nipples that recently became members. From these words, Inari, I was delighted. He even wanted to become a teacher. This was even more motivation for him. Logran, I'll be strong for this, too. He was arrested. Okay, I'll go to the room. This is what happened. The boy said goodbye to everyone and went to whomever he wanted to go to bed early. He only looked out the window and thought, how are they there? Everyone, when the 1960s were illuminated by a beautiful sunset, watched the website. Watched by the girl who was sitting on their faces. The ocean needs to sit every day and remember him, but she needed to go home and find her brother, because your T.I. Valenka is always taught at the training ground, and after this incident, they began to train even more at the training ground. The version would only be heard at the training ground. Explosions are the name of the technique, and Mrs. Keith's work was perfected by the Great One. And they couldn't find any new technique. The stratosphere of the path from Ivan filled only the act of truth on, or rather, why did she do this? It influenced us the most because she is no longer hot-tempered, and Sasuke only watched her with power and misunderstanding towards bro. Why did she do this? I don't understand what you wanted to prove to us all. ISO 100. The girl llama said. Another tree with the help of racing. Yes, I don't know, I think there were some reasons. My sister passed. I then also don't know anything or just doesn't want to talk about it. I tried to somehow calm the guy down. The girl is tormented by everything. The father just ignores. Yes, there is too little of a sword. What do you know all this about? The girl shouted at her friend, calm down, everything will be fine, and I'm not a fool, and I know. What's the guy doing? He came up to the girl and hugged her. Why would she calm down? She blushed like a tomato. She hugged him back and she was very pleased, but then always brutal. Another couple of eyes and a ball. Sorry for interrupting you, she said, in a generic way with a fish. The older Uchiha began, your paint licka tomatoes, and they looked at each other. Hello, yes, and we're already an idiom. She said, stop it. Nipples, and then they went together to their sister's house. And do you know why, brothers? You did it for being so insolent, said Crystal, with the girl, and get interested. And Sasuke, just let's do it better so that everyone can hear. I can't say anything because I myself don't. I know, well, I only know one thing. They're going so that the Hokage knows more about it, but she doesn't say anything. I tried to say it as plausibly as possible. Chan, clearly, I hope everything won't be okay. The girl said in a voice, and he wasn't very happy with the answer. The towers weren't worried, that. Same Seleucus, but I'm the fourth Hokage, we're the seventh to compete. Mortar, rock, girl, why? Did the two kids immediately cheer up? I hope so. I mean, it was a girl, and I looked at a beautiful sunset that would end very soon. Thank you all for watching. That's where the plot ends. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the plot turned out to be very cool. Personally, I really liked it because it's cool, interesting, varied, and there are unexpected twists. That's all.